What's shaking, gentlemen? Whoops. What's shaking there, gentlemen? Y'all had a good weekend. Good Father's Day so far. Shit. Yeah, sorry I missed Friday, man. Dude, I cleaned the whole house, man. Was a it was a task. It really was. Not even gonna lie, I don't think anybody had probably vacuumed the carpet in a decade. Not proud of that either. But that's how it goes. Cleaning up dishes from a year ago. But what's funny, not because we're lazy or lazy or my brother's lazy. I live with my brother, but it's not because we're lazy. It's because we didn't want to do anybody else's dishes. Cleaning up after other people when they won't do a damn thing. You can miss me with that. I'm good. Anyway, I was gonna do a show yesterday actually. Which doesn't count for a whole lot, but I was gonna do one. But I woke up kind of late. It was like 2 in the afternoon, and I wanted to do one, but it's weird. Sometimes, I don't get a whole lot of time, a whole lot of big chunks of time off. It's like maybe a day, 2 days, and sometimes I have to kind of like, force myself to enjoy. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause I tend to just want to go, 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 and then kind of feel I get pissed off. Like, why I have never have any time? Why do I? You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I gotta sometimes I gotta remind myself. Anywho, man, like I feel so bad for. I mean, of course I do, but I feel bad for my friends that died at 20. That died over 15 years ago, or 13 years ago, or 10 years ago. But I feel bad for them because you're the beginning of your adulthood. It's the worst. It's literally the toughest part of a man's life is your early 20s. It's a bitch. And just think to myself, like, man, all those guys that shit, man, they didn't get to even, they didn't even understand the world. They didn't, I mean, it's like they only got just a taste of life. A taste, Probably not that good of a taste either. I mean, if they had a crap childhood, none at all. But, like, life is a long race. I forget who I heard. Oh, yeah, Nick was saying this the other day about that kid who said he didn't want to work for Jews. Nick, he was saying, like, man, like, you don't want to mess that up. It is a long race. This shit is not a sprint. It is not a sprint. It is just the furthest thing from a sprint. I mean, it's like, it's an endurance race, it's an endurance test, and our natural lifespan sounds about right to me. I don't think that I have it in me to go 100 years, or at least over that anyway. Just don't think, your quality of life would have to, they would have to be able to stretch youth. You'd have to have, because as your quality of health declines, your will to live goes with it. Like, and once, like, I remember before my grandfather died, he couldn't taste anything, dude. He was tired all the time. He couldn't taste anything. I remember him saying, just like the last year of his life, man, I think he would have rather had not experienced it. I mean, in the time I mean, I remember walking into his house and be like, yo, what's up, grandpa? And him being like, I'm dying. Like, He was ready. He's like he's sitting there waiting for the Grim Reaper, like, bro, take your time. No rush. Like seriously. And I was thinking today too how much I wish I could talk to my grandfather, specifically him, because he had quite a successful life. Also, extremely intelligent guy, had tons of know-how, had seen the world. And I knew so little when I was 18 and 20. Knew so damned little, man. And the questions that I thought to ask were, they were trivial and not really all that good of questions. And now I think, like, the questions I come up with now, I'm like, damn, and of course I could ask anybody those questions, but it wouldn't be quite the same, because I really, I trusted that guy, I mean, and we had a real bond, I had spent a lot of time with my grandfather, he lived within 2 miles of me, and I've come to, as I've gotten older, I realize how, how, how rare people like me actually are. I mean, rare. Most of the time, you just end up sort of, relegating yourself to, it's like half of your knowledge, half of you as a person gets left at the door because, half of the things that you enjoy are either over somebody's heads, not something they're not into, or your experiences can't be related to. I had, it'd be like one out of my whole grade, a couple, like two or three kids out of the whole grade, and I was actually looking at odds and percentages, and uh, I'm one out of 250 people. That's about your the odds that to have my intellect. One in 250 people. My cousins in Michigan in a small town. Their whole entire grade was only 300 people. Their graduating class. Mine was over 1,000. But I used to not think much. I didn't think anything about it. I never really. I thought I was regular, but it's only as time goes on, and you just get more data as time goes on, and I realize like how all how actually out of my hands things are. I was thinking about this today too. If I um if I grew up in another period of time, I would have been great. And if it were 500 years ago, I would have been a nobleman most likely, because the cream rises to the top, whether we like it or not. You can have false modesty all you want, be as humble, as much humility as you want. But when it comes down to it, if people think you're more intelligent than they are, or you're better at administration or something, you don't have a choice. They're going to say, "Look, you're the leader, whether you like it or not. Either that, or you don't get to live here." I mean, that's how it goes. I was talking to my little brother about it. I was like, in this day and age, yeah, it's pretty easy to kind of just put your head down and do your thing. But if you were living in the old country, or Europe a couple hundred years ago, in a village of 100 people, you had no choice. You had no choice. You would, I mean, you're just gonna let a moron, run things into the ground, or you know what I'm saying? So the cream rises to the top, and it's like it has nothing to do with choice. And I'm starting to realize that, because no matter what I think of myself, people do not let me forget how they feel about me. I mean, I can think I'm an idiot all I want. People will not allow that. They will not allow me to play dumb. They will not allow me to just skate by. And as I get older, I realize that, as a kid, it don't really matter. Everybody's chomping at the bit. Everybody's got the bit between their teeth and they're trying to go. So you can kind of just hang back. But when you get older, people's lives are on the line and stuff, and nobody wants to hear excuses. Exactly, Caravaggio. People don't want to hear excuses. They want it to get done, and usually they're like, look, we got this stuff here. If it would be nice if you could handle that stuff there, and which is great, it's great. Let me read some of these comments. I hear that, man. Oh wow. He lived a long time after he. Yeah, both my grandparents died. My grandfathers died within like a year of each other, and it was just quick, man. They were like healthy as a horse up until like that last year, man, and then it just phew, went right out the door. And and when my dad's dad died, I could see that he was dying because I remember the way my mom's dad looked. I was like, oh shit, Grandpa's dying. He ain't got more than a year left, and I think he knows it too. Because he was the same way, grumpy, kind of just like waiting to die, kind of a thing. And really, death had never really touched me or my family before. Uh, my dad, one of his sisters has died. She died of cancer a few years ago. And his father and my mom's father, and then my mom's mother, everybody else. My dad has six others or five other sisters still alive. His mom still alive. All my mom's family, and one of my cousins died about a year ago from a heart attack in his 40s. Other than that, yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't have any, and it's it's a blessing, but at the same time, it's just that much harder. It's just that much tougher to adapt to accept, come to terms with. Truly. And my some of my older cousins, they were in their 40s. I think one was in his the first born on my I think he was in his 50s. It's like, man, lucky were you. You like had you were an old man by the time he died. And your stupid ass, like you didn't which yeah, I mean, I think my older cousins, they're smart and all, but they're I don't know, kind of idiots at the still, They're good at a lot of things, but common sense, I don't know. It's up for debate. But and I'll tell you what, man, I'm kind of like a fish out of water, to be honest, man. Like I come into realizations uh, about myself and the way other people perceive me, and you can only play coy so long, or the false modesty, humble thing. So I mean, like my little brother tries to play that shit. I'm like, bro, who are you trying to fool, man? And it's like, I'm not a braggart, but it is nice to just kind of get stuff off your chest and also have somebody to confide in, which, I have brothers, but for my whole, like the whole maybe 20 years of my adult life, I was very hard on myself, you know, and I've always had this fear in the back of my head that I'm not normal enough to just hit all the normal milestones. There's something wrong with me, and I can't. I can't. I can't assimilate, or I can't moderate. And my whole life, like in school, I never had a girlfriend in school. Girls had asked me out when I was in elementary school, but I got into a four wheeler accident and gained some weight, and that was like kind of a vicious circle, you know. Kids started busting my chops, and then it just kind of got worse. Bust my chops more, it gets a little worse. Pretty much went that way until I left school. So, you know, the wash. But after that, I lost the weight at like 18. And you know, that was really weird too, because, you know, it's like women didn't even see me practically, you know, or they were friends, like mediocre at best women. You know, straight up, like, yeah, they wouldn't look at me, you know, pretty much. Try how I may, or try though I may. And yeah, they wouldn't. And you know, if I couldn't have the women I wanted, I wouldn't have any. I'd just be like, screw it, you know, then I'll go without. Oh well. But I lost the weight at like 18, 19, and then all of a sudden it's like overwhelm. It was overwhelming, legitimately overwhelming. I didn't understand what the hell was going on at first, like not at all. And it took me a while to like adjust. It definitely did. And you know, to be honest, I still, I have a problem with pushy women, women that are you know, presumptuous, overly Like I just, it's very off-putting to me. Or women that have designs on me, I can see it on their face, you know, and I just want nothing to do with it. I remember I spent a month in Michigan with my family, and like five of my cousins, it was our graduation year. No, it was the year after, and, like, all of my cousins were my age, so they there was graduation parties all over this small town. There must have been 20 of them, and they were all in barns. There was a bunch of keg parties in barns. I mean, I never really been to parties that were like that. They were, like, legit keg parties. Yeah, like, not like down here at a house, and it was just like I felt like a rock star, but not in a like, I wasn't ready for it. I didn't handle it very well, you know, and everybody was busting my balls. Like my aunt would like bust my balls, like about the girls liking me and stuff, and I just be like it just was really awkward for me. Ch- Uh, and I love my aunt. She passed away, but my aunt Renee, Aunt Nay, she invited me to come stay at her house. I remember she like she I was like her escort. She like took me to all these graduation parties and stuff. It just like squired me around. Oh yeah, she loved it. I remember being at this one dinner, and it had a banquet. We were at a banquet table. Girl, her name was oh hell, I forget it. But she was blonde. She was blonde, a natural blonde, and she was like 16. I was 19. And it was like every time I looked to that, you know, I was at one end, and every time I looked down that way of the table, this girl was staring at me like she was not fucking around, not messing around. And I wish I had stayed. To be honest, I should have just said, you know what, this isn't. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I mean, I could have if I could have started a life there, easy, quick too. I think that girl would have. I mean, I could have probably married that girl at the end of the summer, and she was like, her two older brothers went to school with my older cousin Stevie. These guys, huge, corn fed farm boys, and I mean, they were big, and they had the fucking camo hat with the fish hook. I remember I was flirting with this girl, and my cousin Stevie grabbed me by the collar and like snatched me from around the campfire, you know, and pulled me inside. And he was like, "Bro, look here." He's like, "Man, you know, I would fucking I would go through hell and back over broken glass for you." He's like, "But her older, you know, she's got two older brothers that would squash you and I like a bug." My cousin Stevie's not a little guy. I mean, he's like, He's 5, I think he's 5'8", but, like, huge. He was like, "Dude, I can't take them both for you." He's like, "So I would just stay away, man, because you might get hurt, you know? Yeah, I don't wanna send you home with broken limbs and shit." But, I took his, because I was only there for a month, and that is, that's frowned upon, in a tight-knit community like that. You don't just hit it and quit. Like a girl that's a virgin, and she was, you don't just take advantage of that, you know? That is cause to kick someone's ass, to take, that is a good reason, I think. And if I lived there, they would have had no problem with it, but the fact that I didn't live there and that I had no plans of living there, which, it is what it is. But I just that was like my first real uh real introduction to women, you know. I wasn't a virgin at the time, uh but I didn't know how to deal with it. I remember my cousin Marissa, her best friend, she was a bit loose. That was her reputation, had a she had been with a few guys. I mean, it was a small town, so I don't know. I didn't see them, but I was just told that, and I remember she was just all over me, and it was so uncomfortable. It was just incredibly uncomfortable. She would inch closer to me, and then I would inch further away. Would scoot closer, and I would scoot right. I would just move as I'm like, "Yo, get the fuck away from me." And it's only because I think it's unattractive. It's off-putting for a woman to be go- going at me like that, especially because of the fact that I wasn't into her. A little too skinny for me. But I honestly, I had no idea what was in store for me, and also I had, you know, like the way that we're raised in society, where it's a one size fits all kind of a thing, and most people are average. So the one size fits all is for average people, and that makes sense because you don't want to raise somebody and talk them up like they're gonna set the world on fire, but they're like an average Joe. You don't want to give them false expectations so that they miss them and totally fail and end up miserable. But the average education, the average upbringing was not good enough for me at all. At all. And it occurs to me like, yeah, now I get why they had nobility. I get why they had boarding schools and schools for that, because certain people just, like, for them to hit their potential, they need more, and it's like, what are we doing here if we're not trying to help people meet their potential? You know what I'm saying? What are we doing? What's the point of any education if we're not going to hit our maximums here, if we're not going to max out on this? And I wish that I, could have got that somehow. I suppose I got it anyway, and I was gonna get it regardless. But like, I just feel like, gee, I wish somebody could have. Wish I could have, kind of been acquainted with and told what to expect and this and that, because I thought I was just average, like up until quite recently, average in pretty much everything. Like I didn't really have any real accolades or anything to show for my intelligence. So it's like, am I really even intelligent? Like, if I can't translate that to advantage for myself, benefit for myself, like, at that point. But after like the last 15 years, bro, like it's been hard. It's been hard, bro. I'm not even gonna bullshit you. It has been hard, man. I've had so many damned doors slammed in my face. I've had so many spiteful, envious people give me a rash of shit for at the time, God knows why, beats me. I had no idea. Like, and in retrospect, I think back to myself and I'm like, fuck, man, people really, it really bothered people that I look like I look and I am who I, like, that really fucking bothered people. Like, seriously, I remember like every time I got, you live elementary school, you go to middle school, you live middle school, you go to high school, and every time you dump into a bigger school with a whole crop of kids from another school that you never met before, every time that happened, I had to like prove myself again to this whole population of kids. I remember I had like rivals every year of school. Some prick from a nut that I didn't know that thought he was a badass and had wanted to size me up. And I ended up tuning his ass up by the end of the year, and having to put him in his place. But people, it's like I forget what movie. Oh yes, it was Billy Budd, where it's like there are people out there who can't stand perfection. They see it as like a disease that has to be stamped out at its first rash showing. I mean, seriously. And I'm not saying that I'm perfection. It's just like people that are better that was just a quote from the movie, but people that are better than them or people that they think are better than them. It's a matter of perception. It doesn't really matter what the deal is, if whether you are or not. If somebody thinks that, like, there are people out there that they will come after you. And I like my whole life I've kind of been I've been I've had this problem with people having an issue with me and I have no clue why. And I don't know them, but from the jump they hate me and they give me a, like, from the jump I know I know that this is going to be one of those things, those rivalry nemesis things, because they give me they would I could see these kids, they'd be sizing me up before they ever walked up, and then when I did talk to them they were an asshole. And I always made friends with them too. It was weird after everything, but like, people gave me so much shit, especially like bull dyke women, or like I remember when I went to JUCO, down the road from my house, and I remember this psychology teacher, this psych teacher, psych 101 teacher. She was a big fat ugly, looked Jewish, uh bull dyke. I mean, it's no, I don't think she was a lesbian, but like not by choice. She was an incel. And man, this bitch, she took every opportunity she could to humiliate me, or to try to humiliate me. Every time this woman spoke to me, it was her words just dripping in disdain. And it was like she had this feminist attitude where I was just her whipping boy, man. There was only like 15 of us. And this lady would just take me to task every class. I got like an A in her class too. I mean, obviously she liked me. I mean, but I remember her giving me shit, and a couple of times I fucking made her land on her face. She tried to get slick with me, and I've encountered this my entire life. People think they're slick, and they get slick at the mouth with me, and then I make them look like a jackass. I'm quicker than they are. They learn very quickly to just ignore me, if anything. If you're gonna have a problem with me, then just fucking ignore me. Pretend I'm not here. And that really, that's I kind of had that with all my like I remember I had a teacher in 10th grade, my first period English teacher. Like a lot of times I have these really good conversations with her, but man, we had some serious battles. I mean, there's this chip on women's shoulder a lot of times where they think it's incumbent, their duty, it's incumbent upon them to knock a confident cockerel of a man down. They think they got to knock that man down a peg or two. God, man, I have, and it's actually it has made me who I am. It has made me weary of women, weary of educated women, not because they're smarter than me or they know more than me, but because they think they're hot shit. They think they're hot shit. And really, I have no truck with these people, and I don't really, I try to avoid it if I can. I'm not one of those people that, oh, here's a cocky asshole I can knock down a peg, I could put in their place. Nah, I'm good on that. I don't have low self esteem. I don't need to, like the shortcomings of others. No, that's not where that shit don't make me feel good. None of that stuff makes me feel good. I don't like negative. If somebody has gone out of has earned my enmity or enmity, if they have you know picked at me and picked at me, then yeah, I'll get some satisfaction out of putting them in. But other than that, I'm just not into that stuff, and I've dealt with it my whole life, and I've been fighting and fighting and fighting. I've been kept out. I've been had the door slammed in my face, been poo-pooed, been locked out, and blacklisted. And those sons of bitches, no matter how fucking hard they tried, because you can't keep if you have merit, you will succeed. If you have merit, you will rise to the top. No individual can change that. No individual can change that. And if you do the right thing, if you're a righteous man, an honorable man with self-respect and dignity, and you don't compromise on your principles or your values, you'll get there. It's as sure as the day is long. As long as you believe in yourself, you will get there. And I'm starting to realize that it was I had nothing to worry about. As long as I kept true to myself, like it was a foregone conclusion. People value what me. People think I have value. People want to hear what I have to say. There are always uh there are always those individuals though, haters, there are. And I've dealt with them with my entire life. Like thank God that, I have the mind that I have. Thank God that I have uh a good support like my family, like I have a good foundation because, I would have had like I was able, I've always been an independent person. I've always been able to get along by myself and handle myself. And I kind of tremble for if I, the tricks that people have tried to play on me, like, thank God, because people look at me and they want to take a shot at me for whatever reason. They want to take a shot at me. But thank God that I have the intellect to dash their diabolical and negative and ill hopes for me. I mean, I'm serious. And it takes fortitude, though. It takes fortitude. It takes endurance and fortitude. And it was hard. And I've always said to myself, I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to, when I get to the end of, or, if I do find success, I don't, I want to enjoy it, regardless of what anybody says. I want to be content that I did, I want to prove to myself. I have something to prove to myself. It's been an uphill climb. I'm not gonna lie. It's been an uphill climb, man. It's probably like 5 years before, like when I was 18, I couldn't find a job to save my life. People just didn't want to. It was 2008, so mind you, it was hard to get a job. 2009, hard to get a job, and then in my 20s, it started getting a little easier. But by then, we were getting further into the Obama administration. I ended up having to start my own damn moving service to earn a decent living, decent income. I did like my own moving service for like 2 years. but, I was an addict at the time, and, really no matter how much money I made one in a day, I would only have about $50 in my pocket the next morning. Like, what it was about that. I could make $1,000 in a day, and I did. I did make $1,000 in a day at time, many times. No matter what, man, I would wake up the next day with 50 bucks in my pocket and a few pills and a cellophane, maybe some weed or something, drugs. I'd have with a bunch of drugs in my pocket and enough cash just for cigarettes the next day. Cigarettes and more drugs. Eventually, it just ends up coming off the wheels. Like, and I remember I'd started out small, and it was like I came up with it. I came up with it on my own. As Craigslist had been out for not long, recent. So I started posting on Craigslist, because I remember my parents busted my balls about getting a job. I had a truck and a trailer. And I don't know, like it popped into my head one day. I was like, you know, who says I can't just go out and get my own work? Who says I gotta rely on anybody and I started posting ads on Craigslist. And at first I didn't really know how to price things. I would do like, I remember, I think it was $120. It was do like $30 an hour with a 3 hour minimum, kind of like you got to pay me at least 120 bucks or I'm not coming out, because I would bring a partner. And within a couple of months, summers especially, summers you kill it. The rest of the year, not so much. People got gifts and they got, Christmas gifts to get for people. They don't have the money for that shit everybody plans it for right around the summer. And I made good money. And I put a lot of my friends to work. I made a lot of my friends, they loved it. It was, all they had to do was I would come scoop them up. They would just hold up the other end of a couch, just hold up their end, the bargain, and I would pay them excellent. If I made 300 bucks, I'd pay them 100. I would, I would always pay my buddy, or no, I'd pay him between 50 and 150 bucks. Sometimes I'd make it was pretty. The minimum would be I'd probably make about 120, 200. But mostly regularly, I would make somewhere between around 400 to 600. I remember it got to the point where I wasn't just doing one job in a day. Might do three moves straight up, man. And sometimes, I was like, I am a very dedicated person when I do something, and people would call me because their movers bailed on them. People would schedule movers, and the sons of bitches wouldn't show up. They'd get a U-Haul or what, they would get a bunch, they'd get everything together, you know, drunks or drug addicts or whatever. And then they would show up. I remember one time the lady said she was talking to them all the way till like 10 in the morning. And they just never showed. But things happen. They might have wrecked, who knows. But I would save the day. I did that like many times. I remember this one lady, she was a real estate agent. She was doing 1099. Come to find out, I guess she was in arrears with the IRS for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they were telling her to get the hell out of her house. They were taking it. She had a nice house in a nice area. Nice area. Like an old school, like an older suburb, and it's like the nice part of town with all the old trees, nice, nice bungalow, single story, huge floor plans. That's kind of how they are down here in Florida. Anything before the 80s and back, they were big. They made them big. They didn't do this zero lot bullshit, which they're ugly as sin, and you don't get no yard or nothing. But this lady, yeah, she was getting thrown out on her ear. She must have been in her 40s, and she was alone, single. And I moved her twice. Or no, yeah, I moved her twice. I think, yeah, I think it was either no, we moved her to a storage unit because they were telling her you got to get out today type thing. Like she had to get out. She was squatting. So what the hell happened? She goes, well, they evicted me or whatever. They told me to get out, and then she left. And then come to find out that uh, there was something she could do, so she went back to squat. She squatted in her old house, or the house that was hers, pretty much. She went back, moved back in, and squatted. I don't think I moved her that time, if I recollect correctly. And then we moved her to a storage unit for the time being, and then I moved her to her place later on down the road. And I remember because we showed up for her like that, and we did like half a day. Showed up for the second half, only got about half of her shit done. Had to come back the next day and finish it out with another friend. And she took good care of me though. And I remember because and she got a big ass U-Haul, and it was almost like a pile, like because the stuff, it was like a slope. We didn't. None of her stuff was packed very well. We kind of got stuff individually. A lot of some whatever wasn't in boxes, we just kind of put in there where we could put it. It was like a mound. It was like a pile in there. And I remember looking at her like, "Yo, this is like, like I don't know about this." She's like, I'll take good care of you. Don't worry about it." Like, well, I mean, if you say so, and I did. Yeah, she took real good care of me. I remember she took real good care of me. I think I ended up with made like $600, and I made like on top of the two jobs that I did the day before. And one of my cousins would help me, who was my age. Like a couple of my close friends and cousins, like, and that made it 10 times better because I was doing it with somebody I liked doing it with. And then I remember a couple of my friends, like one of them that was a buddy of mine that I would go on go binge with, or I would go on runs with this guy. He was worthless as a dead nigger. I mean, dude, he was worthless. And this dude had the nerve to call me up. I mean, he was black, but he had the nerve to call me up. Like, you got any work, man? This and that. I remember one time I drove me and him went to this job like an hour away. We get about 30 minutes through, and this son of a bitch starts gold bricking on me, bro. This son of a bitch starts fucking gold bricking me, bro. Oh man, my stomach hurts. Oh man, he put on a show. This asshole put on a show. I said, dude, I said, bro, we got a couch and a couple, like one room left, bro. You can't just tough it out. Like push. Uh, oh man, he wouldn't have it. I said, bro, do you realize how you're making, like, do you realize what you're doing here, homeboy? Like, I hope you know that, I was like, all right, man. Hey, I'm not going to fight with you, bro. Looked at the owner. I said, hey, there's nothing I can do. I was like, I'm sorry. Uh, I'll be right back. You know, so it was on the third story too. I remember it was a bitch. I said, there's nothing I can do. He said, this pussy over here. He's not having it. I got to take him home. I took him home. I gave him a little bit of money, and then dude had the nerve to call me later on down the road. And I think he called me later on in the day or something, or called me some other time for work. And I said, bro, are you out of your fucking mind, bro? I said, I told you, man. I said, I told you that don't ask me for no work, boy. Like, we were still friends and we still hung out. I was like, bro, but I can't do that. I can't take you with me, bro. Like, um, it is what it is, man. He was a rich kid. His dad uh owned a limousine. I think his dad had a successful business at one point. His mom was quite lovely for a black woman, actually, out of his dad's league. But I think his dad was doing well at one point, and it was after 2008. He wasn't doing so good no more, and they lived in Atlanta, and they sent him down there to go to school. Although he went to. I don't even think he went to school, but he just stayed down there in an apartment that they paid for and did drugs. Drove around in a rented Mercedes, like a Mercedes or a leased Mercedes. And that always blew my mind. Like, bro, you not understand? Like, I guess it's kind of wasn't a stupid guy either, but he was kind of selfish. He was like the baby, I guess, and just selfish guy, and and everybody else pretty much was grateful as all get out to earn the extra cash. I mean, my cousin, he was a certified propane tech. Shit, man, he worked 40, 50 hour or 40-hour weeks doing that, and then would come work Saturday and Sunday with me, and we clean up. I mean, he ended up getting into doing that shit too, drugs. So, he used it for he used the extra cash for the same thing. It having and honestly, after it all happened, I was like, I kind of wish that I wasn't so I didn't have so much, or I wasn't so clever. Like I had been doing that stuff for years, and it was no problem because I didn't have the money. And all of a sudden, yeah, I start getting the money starts flowing. Couldn't help myself. I had no check on my appetites. I didn't think I needed to have a check on my appetites. As far as I understood it, uh, I felt fine the next day. But until I had really started making good money and just gotten to the point where I was broke all the time, even though I was making good money. That's when I started to realize, like, oh man, this is not good here. This is just getting lame. And then there's you hit a ceiling, and your only choice is to either quit, make more money, or go for alternative method of administration. Which that's what I did. I mean, I did that until I couldn't no more, until it didn't matter. And then I just got so damn tired of always being on the edge, man. You know, being broke all the time and right on the edge of being dope sick. Dude, that's like being on a knife's edge all day, every day. Except the times that you feel like you're in hell. Like you're on a knife's edge when you feel okay. Yeah. Like that, and that's why, like, I tell people, I'm like, man, that shit, people call it partying. There ain't nothing fun about it, man. Ain't nothing fun about it at all. Oh, it's all good fun until you have physical dependency. So that, I went through that, and that all those drugs, that was not by coincidence, bro. Dude, they fucking flooded our streets with that shit to kill us, man. I know question. He knows what I'm talking about. All the other guys in here that been there, done that, they know exactly what I'm saying. That shit was not a coincidence, man. Somebody wanted to kill our asses. Somebody wanted to thin out, cull the herd, as they say. And most of us didn't we were most people were cold. Most guys were cold. Most of the addicts were cold from the herd. The only ones that I know that survived like I did are the ones that had both parents, literally to a man. The ones that I know that survived had both parents, and they were rather well, they were either on the above average intelligence side or the below average intelligence side. Either way, it saved. One of my friends, he lived in my neighborhood since I was like 4, and he has both parents. Good looking guy, tall, like 6'4", but not too bright. But that because he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, he didn't care about certain things. Certain things were impervious to him, you know? And some of the reasons that other people turned to drug, he actually he hurt his back in football in high school, and they prescribed him a bunch of drugs and kept prescribing it to him till he was, he didn't even know what he was taking. He was 18, 19. But yeah, I mean, everybody else, everybody that came from a broken home, to a fucking man, it killed them. To a man, bro. And when I think about it, I'm like, bro, there's a lot to be, 2 parents in the house, that shit ain't nothing to be sneezed at, man. Yeah, you can get along without it, sure. Sure. But it's almost like, you only it's like we're like cats with 9 lives, or we only have so much adversity that we can handle, or so many uh so many mistakes, so many uh deadly situations or deadly events, or only so many life threatening things can you go through and survive them. Like, they were disadvantaged by not having two parents, and they were put at a disadvantage. They didn't pack the gear. They didn't pack the defensive social skills, the skills to rise above a lot of things. And that disadvantage killed them. No two ways about it. That disadvantage killed them. The simple fact that everyone that I know that survived grew up in a good household with both parents, brothers, and siblings and such. Every to a man, and everyone that didn't, to a man, died. That's not coincidence. That shit dovetails. You know, that stuff goes. It makes sense. And that's practically all life is. I was always so envious of the people that could it the people that just life just worked for them. You know, life was easy for them. That it wasn't hard for them to go to school and get a grade A. It wasn't hard for them to get a degree in college, whatever. If they did, I don't know what, to the beaten path was easy for them. Not for me, not even close. I never even finished the full. I never even got to the end, to the finish line of any of those. Never didn't couldn't make it. Couldn't hack it. Didn't pack the gear. Well, it's not, I wasn't motivated to do it. I really didn't. I didn't want to be there, to be honest. I thought it was restricting. But I was so jealous of those people. And looking back now, it's like, if everything the way everything has been trending, if that trend continues, I wouldn't trade it. I would not. No. And it's like, yeah, it would have been nice if I could have been successful at 20. I could have had my whole adult life to enjoy it and hone it and get better. But at the same time, those all the things that happened to me, it was like I really walked away a different person, profoundly altered, and forged. And I look back and I think I see it as like, God was a blacksmith and he was forging me, and it was like and it took my childhood and 20 years of my adult to do it, and it was like, regardless of how I felt about it, I wasn't ready, like I hadn't I hadn't been worked enough, and I was just unfinished metal in the furnace, in the furnace. And all of that, made me the person I am. And I see people arrogant assholes, and I'm glad that that's not me. I'm glad you know, I went through experiences that made sure that I understood that I am no god. I'm fallible, that I fuck up, I can fuck up, and I learned what it was to be judged, to what it meant to be judgmental, and how that felt to be judged by other people. And also, if I'm ever face to face with guys, like a fellow like Nick Fuentes, face to face with somebody like Rupert Lowe or Tucker Carlson or something, that shit's going with me. You know, those experiences are going with me. And the experiences that I had as a straight white male getting the door slammed in my face, that's going with me too. And I'm not going to have any of that shit like, "Oh, well, if you had just if you had just tried, if you weren't just this and that, and if you actually merited such and such, you would be, you would be successful." I'm not hearing that shit. No, sir. Fuck, they could go fuck themselves with that. That's not true. I had doors slammed in my face over nothing I did. All of the sacrifices that we made as a peoples so that nobody lost out on opportunity because of the color of their skin or because of some trait which they have zero control. We sacrificed everything for that. And to think that it got us nothing, got us the opposite. It got us under a jackboot. It's it's astonishing to say the least. And if I ever get a chance, or if I ever have the opportunity, if I'm ever in a room with people in high places, they're going to get a fucking piece of my mind about that shit. And oh man. Oh man, they don't want to give me a chance. They don't want to give me a chance cuz bro, feminists, bro, they're never going to be able to get away from this. Never. I will never let these people live the evil shit they did down. They will never live this down. They will never live down the fact that they snubbed our future. They snubbed generations of innocent men, deserving men. I know what was done to those people. It was done to me. I've seen it with my eyes. Oh man. All the times that I've just if I could if people if people would just fucking if my voice had meaning, if I could reach people, they would get a piece of my mind. Because there's a lot of injustices, a lot of crooked dealings, crooked the way things go, the way we got the short end of the stick. The smartest people in the country get the short end of the stick, and it's like they snub me. Do they, yeah, I'm fucking chapped. My ass is chapped over that shit. Yeah, it is. It is. I got a bone to pick about that. I have a grievance. And I had to claw, like it ain't like it came easy either. Like they couldn't keep me. They can't keep me out. They can't. It's as simple as that. And I'm starting to realize that you can't keep you can't keep a good man down. You can't keep a good white man down. Somebody with ingenuity, intellect, tenacity, motivation, ambition, you're not going to keep that guy. You're not going to keep him down. You're just not. And people, I would get a door slammed in my face, and I did always console myself by saying, "Hey, what's up, white Anglo-Saxon?" I would console myself by saying, "Well, you know what? You're just going to have to try harder somewhere else. You're just going to have to redouble your efforts some other way, because I have it in me." That's more or less, because I knew I had something of value to offer the world, so it's like, I am smarter than the people and more I'm more valuable to the world than the people who are telling me, the people who are denying me entry here. And then at that point, it's like then you have that's why I have something to prove, because so many people have written me off without even really giving me a decent showing or a decent look. Just like I said, either from envy or spite. Now, I've gotten breaks from women, from an older woman, like thinking I'm good looking. I've had people say stuff, or I've had people, I've gotten, I guess there is some privilege to it, although not much that I've seen. If I had grown up before 2008, if I'd grown up in the 90s, I'm sure I would have gotten a lot of privilege. But after 2008, forget about it. No, sir. They were too busy. They were too busy. Like, it was almost like a club, getting into a club. They got this stupid velvet rope up for me, but they're letting niggers and women in one after another, you know? And I get it, but it's like, bro, I get, that what happened, but you're not even fucking you're not even combing through me. You're not even giving me a chance here. You just take one look at me and, oh, no, well, now, you know, now now I have a chip on my shoulder. Now I have a score to settle, a grievance to redress, and I intend on doing it. I intend on doing it. And all this, the world is upside down at the moment, if you hadn't noticed. But all of the power that has been siphoned out of the white community, all of the capital that has been siphoned out of the community, our community, and pumped into communities of animals, communities of undeserved people, communities of people that, like women, they should be having children. Simple as that. They should be having children. That's their job. And these coloreds, they should be janitors and maids and butlers and service people. They should be maids and mechanics and groundsmen and shoe shiners. Yeah, I'm going to say it. And the ones that are the ones that can earn their salt, the ones that can hang with me, let's say they can hang with me. Yeah, sure, of course. Those they have merit. Those people have merit. They deserve. We want those guys in charge. We want the creme de la creme in charge. If somebody is like a talent, like Thomas Sowell. Yeah, I want that guy to be administering. I want that guy to have control. I want that guy to have power. I want that guy to be able to make change. But for the most part, yeah, these people are maids and lawnmowers and service industry. They are waiters, and they work at McDonald's and this and that. And us, yeah, this is our country. Yeah, the good jobs should be reserved for us. Them whose ancestors built the country, them whose ancestors erected all this, we should be the ones that benefit from it. Am I wrong here? Am I out of line with that? I got big feet. If I'm out of line, you'll be able to see it. Tell me if I'm out of line. Well, and the power that they have, They only have that power so long as we give it to them, right? I mean, am I wrong there? Well, like they have about as much power as we allow them to have. When they call us a racist, we could tell them to get fucked. Get fucked. I don't give a fuck what you think, asshole. Go piss up a rope. Go take a long walk off a short pier. Fuck, take your pick, man. But just skedaddle, waddle your fat ass away from me. Waddle on, carry on. Yeah, we don't have to give these people any power. I don't have to respect what a woman says. When a woman starts telling me, are you a woman? Then I don't want to hear what you have to say on abortion. Well, you're gonna hear it whether you want to hear it or not, you fucking cunt. How about that, bitch? How about that? You're gonna hear what I think about it, whether you like it or not. And maybe it is every individual's right to choose. I'm not really concerned with arguing that. But it isn't for individual women to make those decisions for us as a society. These fucking bitch ass women think that they're going to tell us as a civilization whether or not we're going to exist anymore. They've just just fucking went above us and just, we're going to make this decision. Really, you unilaterally get to decide for all these men whether or not we're going to continue or not. How about no? How about fuck you? You know what I'm saying? Maybe abortion should be legal, but you shouldn't be able to talk about it, bitch. You shouldn't be able to evangelize about it. You shouldn't be able to shout from the rooftops how proud you are about it. You shouldn't be able to influence other people. You shouldn't be able to influence young girls. We should put those women in fucking jail. Absolutely. It should be absolutely a completely taboo in society. Bitch, this is polite society. How dare you speak of something so diabolically evil? If you don't want to have kids, that's on you. But you keep that nasty shit to yourself, you fucking harpy, you demon. Keep it to yourself. They have no fucking right to just unilaterally make this decision for all of us. Who the fuck gave women this right? They're half the equation. If we want them to be breeding stock, if we want them to be bed wenches, whatever the fuck they want to call it, they'll like it. They'll do it and they'll like it. Or guess what? You'll be made to do it. You don't really have a say. You get to have abortions. You get to live these stupid lives, these selfish lives, because we say okay, because we allow it. The minute that we don't want to, that's not okay. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? And they're getting rather big for their britches here. They're swinging above their weight. They think they're something that they aren't. And I'm a reasonable guy, but this shit is unreasonable at this point. I've been kind of messing around on dating apps. Dude, what the fuck, man? We are not in good shape, bro. There are so many women over 30 that are single, bro. It's scary. It's fucking scary to me, dude. I have to put the age thing down because bro, after I see 20 of them in a row, I'm like, oh my God, bro, we are fucking doomed. We are fucking doomed, bro. This huge cohort of women just fucking, they just checked out, or they just, I guess they're waiting for a special invitation or something. I don't know. But, and I feel awful about it. I fucking feel awful because I can't help them. I can't be with them all. I can't, I can't say, okay, well, I'm going to save you. I can't go out to, I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie Holy Man with Eddie Murphy, but he's telling this story about this guy or this little girl is on a beach And these people are watching her, and she's running across the beach. All these starfishes are washed up on the beach, and they're all dying. She's running across the beach, and she's throwing them handfuls of these fucking starfish in the water, just throwing them. There's just there's thousands and thousands of these people walk up and they say, "What's the point? You can't get them all." And she says, "Yeah." Or she goes, like, "What's the point? You can't get it all." And she says, "I'll tell you what the point is. Or what, you know, who does it matter for?" And she says, "I'll tell you who it matters for. That starfish right there, that one starfish right there, it matters to. And the starfish before him. But to those individuals, it matters. Yeah, yeah, hell yeah, it matters." And it's just side note, I digress. But you know, like, bro, there are a lot, and most of them don't even have kids either, bro. Like, I used the dating apps 15, 20 years ago. I used it back then. And dude, nothing like this. Nothing like this. And because I'm 36, bro, it desperately wants me to take one of these women home, one of these strays home. I'm talking desperately, dude. And I get it. I get it. These fucking dating apps, they're businesses and they're trying to make bank, and they need these women to get hooked up or they're not going to make money. They need to find these women, gentlemen. It's just not for me, though. It's not for me. I'm not taking it, man. I am not taking I'm not doing it. And not because, really, because I know they're all jaded and they're damaged goods. If if I thought I needed to settle, I would settle. But as far as I can tell, I'm actually in the prime of my life. I'm probably more attractive, definitely more attractive than I ever have been, or than, well, all things considered, yes, more attractive than I ever have been. But I haven't got less attractive since I was 18. I mean, I had the baby face and stuff, and I don't know, it just seemed like I didn't have much luck when I was younger. But I'll be damned if I'm gonna settle now. All these fucking cunts, they fucking dismiss me or whatever the case may be. You know, uh, I've spent a lot of time alone too. I think I've paid my penance. I think I've paid my penance. I don't feel guilty in the slightest. I don't have a modicum of guilt. Um, and when I think about it, yeah, I want a woman that I can enjoy for a few years, enjoy my life and my success and whatever I have of it and what I have, I want to enjoy it for a few years, get to know my woman, and then I want to have as many kids as I want to have, maybe 5, maybe 8. I don't fucking know. But I don't want to be rushed, and I don't want to feel like that I didn't have as many kids as I wanted. So, a 28-year-old is just not going to cut it. A 30-year-old not going to cut it. 26 might not even cut it. I don't know. 24 might be too old. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. But, 20, 21, 22, I don't know, something like that'd be all right. I mean, I would take like a 26-year-old. That would be okay too. 28-year-old, I mean, she would definitely have to have some unique benefits over younger women. Because like I said, I want to enjoy, like, I haven't got to do all that shit. I haven't had the opportunity to enjoy a life with a woman, with just me and a woman living together and doing stuff together. I have not had that joy. That I dated one chick for a couple years. That was it when I was like 18. And I want that. I missed out on that shit and I fucking want that. I want it and I'll have it. Or I won't have anything at all. It's as simple as that. I won't have anything at all, and I can get it. So why wouldn't I? I mean, you know what I mean? I want it and I can have it, so I'm going to take it. But I do feel bad for them, because I honestly, I think they're in the situation they are due to no fault of their own. Maybe some of them were wayward or whatever, or incorrigible, or, maybe some of them have brought it upon themselves, but a lot of them, my mom fell prey to this shit, man. The zeitgeist of the culture between 2008 and 2020, it was leave your husband, leave your man, fuck men, fuck your man. That's all it was. All the time, all day, every day. That Sex in the City spiel, that that toxic, poisonous shit that those women are fucking reeling from at the moment. They're reeling from it. They're like, oh my God, what the fuck did I do? I feel bad for them. These are really pretty ladies too, really pretty women. But bro, they're in their early 30s and they don't got no kids, man. My brother, he got with his chick when she was 30. My older brother, she's my age. He got with her when she was 30. They spent those couple years with each other, bought a house, spent like a year together, and then they, decided to try for a kid. It took them like 3 or 4 months. My brother's a fertile dude. Like he busting on a chick's belly button. She's gonna get pregnant. It took his old lady like 3 or 4 months before it happened. And I think I think it's 2.5 years ago that they were trying. That she was 34, 35. And and I doubt they're probably not going to try. I mean, they might try for another, but I don't think they're really. I doubt they're going to uh set any expectations. They might try, but they're probably not fooling themselves about that. And all I can say is, I told you so. I did. I told the women my age that I knew. I told them I was like, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. You can always change your mind later on down the road, but it is a mistake what you're doing. It's a mistake that you're wasting your best years. If you want to negotiate for a good man, do it now. Do it now. You got the best hand of cards that you're ever going to have. You are the loveliest that you're ever going to be today. Today, you are the prettiest that you're ever going to be. Tomorrow, you will not be the same woman. And if you were fucking smart, you would fucking cash your chips in. It's like an auction or something. You know what I mean? It's like do it now. If you're smart, do it now. The smart girls, they did it before I ever even, as soon as we graduated, there's a couple girls, bro, they got married like that. This one girl, Paige, man, and you know something? Hats off to her. She had her fun in high school, and at 18, bro, she had the ring, man. And dude, and she she's about that life too. Like her sisters or whatever, her siblings had kids. Bro, they were at her house every weekend, auntie taking care of them kids. Bro, she put in the work. She wanted to be a woman. And you know something? Hats off to her. I respect the hell out of her. I do. I respect the hell out of that. And I always thought she was a bit ditzy, but you know something? Hey, she had fucking class. She also knew what was good for her. All the other women, bro, you couldn't tell them nothing. You couldn't tell them nothing. I lost a lot of fucking Facebook friends, although those aren't real friends, but I lost a lot of Facebook friends over that. And it's not like they hurt me, but I'm like, it's kind of your duty to have kids, first of all. And I argued with all of them. Yeah, I had big knockdown, drag out arguments with all of them. They wouldn't hear reason. So whatever, do your thing. There'll be another generation coming along here shortly, ladies. Don't mind me. You know what? And I was right. Women got a shelf life, and the next generation will be along here shortly. Just like Matthew McConaughey said, hey, I love these high school girls. I keep getting older. They stay the same. Yes, they do. And used to be older women had the class to let the younger women in on that, to say, hey, get while the getting's good, because in 2 or 3 years there's going to be a new model out, and the guys are going to start wandering. Their eyes are going to start wandering to the new models, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happens. These younger girls, they understand that, or they're starting to understand that. Not all of, a lot of them are fucking idiots still too. A lot of them are out riding the carousel. But the smart ones, And I think most of them are out riding the carousel, but the smart ones are discerning and they're enjoying themselves, but they're also keeping their eyes peeled in case they grab a decent fish out of the sea. And they're going, they understand, yeah, hey, if I get a decent one, that's the time, strike while the iron's hot. They're smart, I'm sure there's some smart ones out there. A lot of these women, it's like kind of like first of all, they're young. You can't tell young people a damn thing. They got to come to their own conclusions. They got to learn shit on their own. And same thing goes for these women. And it's you don't realize it in the moment either. Even as men, you don't realize that, hey, yeah, the younger girls, they're going to be you kind of you're living in the moment, and you don't know how really your concept of time, your frame of reference isn't very good. It's kind of trash actually. You've lived not even a quarter of your life yet. You really don't have a good grip on the just exactly how long is 20 years? How long is a decade? You really don't have a good concept of that. Like I remember in my 20s, I was like worrying about getting old, like thinking that, oh, I only got like, thinking I was like a woman, that I would just be washed up by 30. Actually, no. I was like not even I didn't wasn't even in my prime at 30. Not even. I was not even in my prime at 30. Like I don't even think I had a decent mustache at 30. I don't think so. Maybe not enough to where I was comfortable with letting it rocking it. Like, and Brad Pitt played Achilles at after 40. Like that was his prime. And I would say I think a prime is kind of characterized that it's only a few years. You can't have a 20-year long prime. That's absurd. I mean, you might have, you know, uh, 20 years of I guess it's like a quasi prime, but like your filet mignon years, there's only like 3 or 4 of them. And they don't happen in your 20s. Not as far as I can see. They don't happen in your 20s. I remember my grandfather telling me this too. He'd be kind of offering wisdom, and he'd say, I remember he said one time, he goes, when I look back on my life, he goes, if I had to pick a decade that was the best decade of my life, he goes, it'd have to be my 30s. He goes, I was married, I had my kids already, I was still my body was still in good shape. I could still hang with the young men, I could still hang with them. He was. Jets and shit. He's like, I could still hang with the young guys and even put them in their place. He's like, but at the same time, uh, I had learned something. He goes, not only that, but I had my wife. I wasn't out uh, making a jackass of myself chasing snatch and stuff. He's like, and I had the buffet of the had a as much sex as I wanted. I had 3 beautiful daughters and great job. Fighting for my country. Although he wasn't, I think he was in Vietnam at the time. Yeah, yeah. He was born in 32, so he was in Vietnam at the time. In his 30s too. Now that I think about it, yeah. So and he chose the 30s. They were living in England there for a little while. He had an MG. He bought an MG brand new from England. Fucking left steering column on the left side and everything, and he had it brought here. He's living life. He was playing golf in Scotland. He had a chauffeur that was taking him to Scotland, taking him over the border to go do 9 real quick, go hit 9 holes real quick. But he was right, man. He was dead on. 20 is a good year, good decade too. Don't get me wrong. 20 is a good decade. A lot of fun, but it's a lot of mistakes, man. A lot of learning. Like you don't even know what to stay away from yet. You don't even know. You really don't know anything. I mean, even though you think you know something because you know more than the 18-year-olds, but you know a damn thing. I'm sure the 40s are good too, but Probably less so than the 30s. But honestly, it's probably been over 5 years now that I've been worried that, or what, at least maybe not this second, but the last 5 years. I was thinking that the grains of sand were getting few, and it was getting down to a handful of grains of sand left in the hourglass. I mean, I guess, it's because 20 years has gone by, and it's like, I was thinking to myself, like, I don't have forever. Like, at some point, the bottom's going to fall out here. Like, I'm not going to just age like wine till I'm fucking in my grave, So at some point, the bottom is going to drop out. It's weird though, because like now it's like, oh shit, all of a sudden I realize, like, like, what scale was I using? You know what I mean? Like, what was I thinking? It's like certain things you can't be told. Like I could not be told that that my late 30s would be my prime. Nobody was going to tell me that. You know what I mean? Like I had to come to that conclusion myself. I come to all these damn conclusions myself. And like I thank God that I fucking held back the way I did. Thank God that I didn't spend my time, you know, uh creating enemies, creating uh children, creating albatross around my neck, creating uh nailing my foot down somewhere. Thank God. And I didn't get I also I stayed away from trouble, like stayed out of trouble. But I don't have any baggage. And I did that. I paid my fucking dues. I could brag about not having baggage because I fucking forewent a lot of the goodies and fun that everybody else enjoyed because I knew that shit was just it was dead end shit. Partying and that's dead end shit. Getting drunk all the no. No, I done had my fun. I'm good on that. And also, like, you also have to have the skin of a fucking rhinoceros to get through that shit, because you have to trust yourself enough to discount what just like that meme says, you with this huge crowd of assholes telling you what you should be doing. Man, you gotta have real confidence or no other choice, real confidence in yourself or no fucking choice. And you got to have rhinoceros skin. You got to be able to take the slings and the arrows. You got to be able to take some licks. Otherwise, like, man, I could have so easily just capitulated, just hung up the spurs. Literally, my spurs are my fucking gaffs are hanging up right there behind me in my closet. And they are hung up, thank God. I don't think I'm going to be going back to tree work anytime soon. I mean, I'm not going to. This is where I'm staying. Like, I'm going to make a go of this if it fucking kills me. Put it that way. But I could have hung shit up and just settled with some bitch, some mediocre bitch, but I kind of like resigned myself to, well, I'll have nothing. I'll have what I want or I'll have nothing. And I've heard people say, I don't have no fear of, oh, yes, I have a fear. I have a fear of missing out. Are you kidding me? That's not fucking negotiable. You're going to have that. If you abstain, you're going to have that. You're going to worry. Any time that you plan for the future, you're going to have FOMO. Anytime that you set something aside for the future, you're going to have FOMO. My whole life, I thought, well, fuck, what if I die tomorrow? What if I don't make it? People are like, well, put some money away for tomorrow or for next year, or like Social Security or government health care. It's like, bro, I don't know if I'm going to fucking make it to 10 o'clock tonight. Fuck you. I'll decide what I save and what I don't save. Who knows? Like, I'm not paying money to pay other people's health care. I don't need health care. And I'm not throwing, 10, 20% of my fucking check down the drain to collect or not. Who knows? I may be dead at midnight. So no, thank you. No, thank you. Keep your health care. I'll take my chances. If I die, if I fucking bleed to death in the ER room, so be it. So be it. I've been there. I'll go back if I have to. Those terms are acceptable. But I want my fucking labor. I want my money. If the money that represents my sweat, my effort, that's my fucking money. You know, and I'll tell you what, I ran my own tree service, I ran my own moving service, and I've kept most of it. Thank God, because you know, contrary to what a lot of people realize, we do actually live by the honor code in America. Taxes are voluntary, actually. If you have the confidence, the ingenuity, and the balls to be your own boss, you don't have to pay a fucking dime to Uncle Sam if you don't want to. I've paid a lot though. You know, I've worked what is it? What is it? 1099. I forget the fucking I forget the tax form uh number, honestly. Been that long since I put one in. But yeah, we live by the honor code. I mean, if you have the gumption to line your own work up, you know, to employ yourself, get your own work lined up, find your own work, source your own work. Yeah, you don't have to pay taxes if you don't want to. You know, it's a lot of effort, of course. Like, because I mean, I never like didn't put money in I mean, I put money in bank accounts. Like, I never really. It was never that serious. I didn't make that much money, you know. But yeah, if you're not relying on an employer to pay you, yeah, taxes are voluntary. Taxes are voluntary, and you know, I paid it when I had to pay it. What is that? When I had to pay taxes, I paid them. Oh, and I was in my 20s too. Is what it is. Paid a hell of a lot of taxes though, regardless. But you know, you only got one life, and it's fucking short, man. And all this, no, and I am for the social safety net stuff because I have been there. Like I said, you know, I've had a pretty rough fucking adulthood. I've had a pretty rough, no handouts given. You know, I mean, oh, you know what? I did get EBT one time. When I went to jail, they gave me 6 months, about 180. I think it was about $180 a month. I had EBT for 6 months because they handed me the form on the way out. But that's to show you how how much they give our money away to crooks and criminals. You know, like 6 months, like you're gonna give somebody over $1,000 because they went to jail. What sense does that make? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean though? What sense? What kind of sense is that? You know what? If they didn't want to struggle, they should have went to jail, man. That's like a guy steals $500 worth of shit and you just paid him over $500 for stealing $500 worth of shit. You just paid that guy. You gave him more money than he stole. And you fed the son of a bitch and sheltered him. That makes no sense. None whatsoever. You know, and I mean, I understand the social safety net. I think that's good, you know, especially if we was in America 30 years ago or 40, 50 years ago when we were 90% of the population, bro. Absolutely. I would be okay with healthcare. Absolutely. I would be okay with ponying up. I would, man. If I lived in Norway or well, Norway anyway, where I knew 100% of my money was going to people who were just as deserving as I was, you know, like their ancestors, they had, you know, I had no claim to anything that they didn't have claim to. Yeah, that'd be great, you know. But the fact of the matter is we got our government that purposely and specifically wants to screw us, wants to grind us into dust, wants to trample us in the mud, get down and put our head in it. Get down and trample our fucking head in the mud, man. That's what they've been doing. They're doing it in Europe and England too. People are tired of it. It's like, this is a thanks we get for keeping this shit afloat, for making it what it is. for attracting all these fucking animals and savages. We're the ones who made them want to come here. And this is the thanks we get? Really? Really? We'll see about that. The people that like the people that were coming here before 19 or before 2000, the whole for the most part, um I would say our immigration was acceptable. It was acceptable. They were, I mean, those people weren't truly weren't the dregs of their own societies. You know what I mean? Like the people that were coming here, they at least had the means to get here on their own power, on their own dime. And the ambition and the tenacity. These people that have been coming over since they threw the border open and stuff, bro, they're fucking retards and morons and stuff. Like, yeah, they can walk, but that's about it. That's about it, man. They don't have a pot to piss in or a win. That's why they're nomads. They have nothing. Why the hell would we want people with nothing in our country? What, so they can just behave like they got nothing to lose? No, thank you, no. Thank you, no. I'll pass. Hard no on that. I'll pass. People need to have something to lose. They're a bull in a china shop. They just fuck other people's lives up. And I seen it was that Khan. I like Khan actually. I think he's a pretty intelligent guy and pretty reasonable. He seems some pretty reasonable too, actually. He doesn't throw fits or anything. I could tell he's rather tenacious. He doesn't back down from a debate, and he has a lot of opinions and stuff and some I disagree with, but seems reasonable. Like he stays in the conversation, and he doesn't uh, throw a tantrum or anything. And I respect that. Well, he was saying like what last week or the week before that, where I was talking about something, and maybe I got a little bit radical. I got a little bit carried away, as it were. And he was asking, well, uh, who is acceptable? He was asking, who are the acceptable people? How far are you? How far do you take it? You guys saw it. I'm sure you guys saw him in the chat. And I'm not busting his ball. I'm just saying, I'm trying to bring it up to make a point. And he's like, well, what about Chechens? First he was like, well, what about these people? They're Christians. And we're like, no, fuck them. And he's like, well, what about those people? And what about those people? And it's like, bro, no, no, no. It's up to us too. I get it. He's asking us what we're comfortable with. It's like, basically, bro, I want Europeans, more or less. I want people that are civilized. I want people that, I feel comfortable around their kind, whether I know them or not. And, I feel that way about white folks. I feel that way about Asian folks. I feel that way about, let's say, some Indians. I've met some stand-up Indians that were swell guys. I have. Like the ones that I grew up with in my neighborhood, the two, they were swell guys, and they mind their own fucking business. So did their family. They mind their own business. They were smart too, and they were hard workers. And they're all doctors now. So it's like, I mean, they didn't slip through the cracks. They're here because we wanted them here. But, these people that, there are, when you see certain people, they make you feel uncomfortable to be around them. They just do. I associate their kind with criminals and crooks, and that they have a distinctive hatred of white people. A lot of these foreigners have a distinct hatred of white people. And if they catch you in a vulnerable moment, they are going to take full advantage of that. They're going to do it. It's as simple as that. These Bangladeshis, There's no doubt in my mind. They look like Indians, but there's no doubt in my mind those motherfuckers, if they could take advantage of you, they would do it in a heartbeat and laugh in your face about it too, you know? And I've met a few that I thought were decent guys, but you know something? Somewhere in the back of my head, there was this feeling deep, deep down that if this guy, you know, if I was weak as a kitten or you know, as helpless, defenseless as a kitten, I'm not so sure that the guy would help me. You know, and the guy I'm thinking of, I remember I moved this guy and I helped him cash in some gold coin, some Krugerrands, and he had like 5 of them on him, you know? He had like 20 grand in gold in his pocket, you know? He had a family and stuff. He had bought the gold. He lived here in England, but he bought the gold and then he went to Bangladesh or Pakistan. He called it Pakistan or Bangladesh. He went back to get a wife. And then he came back. And I had a good conversation. We talked about the Bible. We talked about Muhammad and the Quran. It was interesting. I actually enjoyed hearing what he had to say. He was a nice guy, pretty cool, interesting. And he was evangelizing me, of course, which I was fine with. I never heard the spiel before, never heard the shtick. But you know, and he trusted me enough to because he called me a few times, you know, and I kind of squired him around town. We went to IKEA, bought furniture, helped move, bought. I went shopped with him in IKEA, and then drove him, you know, him and his stuff back in my truck. But you know, he trusted me enough to be in his car with 20 grand. That's trust. That's pretty trusting. And I might would have trusted him that much, you know. But at the same time, I think he was that trustworthy. But I don't think he was trustworthy enough to where, like, if we were out in the middle of nowhere, 50 miles from civilization, and I was helpless as a kitten, do I think he would have helped me to the civilization, or would he have crushed my head with a rock? I think he would have crushed my head with a rock, actually. I I, I got that feeling. I had this instinct that this guy is like dogs. I don't know any of you guys ever read The Call of the Wild, but by Jack London. But as soon as a dog, when it comes to dog sleds and you know, dogs that are kept like that, and there's a reason why they say dog eat dog, because as soon as a dog can no longer defend itself, the rest of the pack eats it. They tear it to shreds and they fucking eat it on the spot. Yeah, it's pretty rough for sure. Yeah, I got that feeling from Homeboy. I got that feeling from him. I get that feeling from other cultures. It's like we're not humans. It's like we're not the same species. But you know, it's survival of the fittest, and they're not our kind. They don't see us as on their team. They don't want to see us succeed. They want to succeed. They want to run the world. They want to be in charge. They want to subjugate everybody else. They don't want to be equal. We're the ones that want to be equal with everybody. They want to be superior. They want us to be inferior. They want us to be subjugated. Simple. It's that simple. There's nothing in I'll tell yeah, I get the world is you know, the world is a tribal. The world is a tribe too. The humans are a tribe, but you know, they yeah, they don't want to be equal, and they would love nothing more than to defeat white Europeans and defeat the European civilization, to defeat white people. They would love nothing more than to make us disappear. And you know something? That's fine. That's fine. They can think whatever they want. You know, it's a dog eat dog world, like I just said. It's cold out there. They're not the problem. That's the way the world's always been. White people are the problem. Some white people are the problem. White women are the problem. And if we're gonna have to, I mean, we're just gonna have to jerk a knot in their tail. You know, we're just gonna have to. Yeah, because like I said, you know, these people, like you know, and it's not in my head. It's in their fucking head. We're the ones that want to be equal and just live peacefully. And everybody knows that. The left and the right. We all know that we're the ones that want to make the world the way that we made the world. Maybe the Asians too. Maybe the Asians. The Chinese, yeah, they might be like us where they just wanna do business. But Arabs, Africans, some uh American, like South American, yeah, we're the enemy. We're the enemy. And it's like this shit where we're presenting them with our fleshy underbelly, like, golly, it's a tragedy, to say the least. It is a damn tragedy. And like, really, we really don't, like, we've been turned into consumers, and therein lies the problem. Consumption is it's a passive state of being. A consumer is a passive participant. We can't be passive anymore, fellas. We have to create. We don't get to just sit on our ass and eat anymore. We don't get to just sit on our ass and imbibe anymore. We don't have that luxury. I'm doing something about it. What the fuck are you doing? Hmm? I don't mean to bust your balls here, but we're in trouble. All hands on deck. If you're just doing, if you need to start considering how the fuck are you contributing? Like, the least, the absolute minimum is that you have a fucking family and kids, bro. If you're not doing that, or, if you're not working on that, then you're like a traitor, man. Pretty much. Like, what are you doing in here? I know all you guys that you guys intend on that. And, that can be out of your hands. It is possible for that to be out of your control. I've been there. I understand. But it's like, bro, if okay, let's say it is out of your control, bro, you better be breaking your fucking neck trying to overcome that shit. You better be breaking your fucking neck. It's that simple. We don't have a fucking choice. It's not excuses, just they're not good enough. We don't have that luxury. Like, our governments are fucking this absolutely toxic ideology. Like, yeah, man, we've let it run too damn long, and we just don't have that luxury anymore. And it's like, dude, we have to. Nobody's coming to save us. Nobody is coming to save us. We got a long way to go. We got a fucking big hill to climb. Big hill to climb here. Like I said, when I'm on these dating apps, bro, it's nothing but over 30-year-old, single 30-year-old, over 30-year-old women with no kids. I'm talking hundreds, bro. Hundreds. What the fuck, man? That's crazy. Like, golly, man. I hope I hope they're rightfully fucking miserable. I hope they're paying for that shit. Because people tried to warn them. It ain't like they're just like fucking babe in the woods, like not adults. I mean, and I say this all the time. Women are either adults at 18, or we need to change their fucking voting age or take the vote away from them. Either they are an adult at 18 that can make decisions, that can vote, that can buy a house, that can take debt out, that can get married, that can consent to sexual activity, or they have no business voting. None whatsoever. So this, like, double standard shit, that we need to stop playing this game where we just let them get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with. It's just kind of the honor system. Nah, man. I mean, and most of the shame of society is gone. So it's, like, can't you don't have that keeping them in line. Well, we're just gonna have to. It's got to be tough love. Got to be tough love. We tried it the easy way. We tried to warn them. We tried to, sugar it, or sugar them in, get them with honey. Didn't work, man. They wanted nothing to do with it. They fucking laughed and out of spite, and to cut their nose off to spite their face. Like, okay, go for it. Do your thing. But dire times call for dire responses, dire actions. It's dire. It's dire, man. And like I said, anything passive, bro, we don't have that luxury. India has that luxury. Africa has that luxury. The Middle East has that luxury. South America, they all have that luxury. We don't have that luxury. We don't. And who knows what the future will portend? These other cultures, these other civilizations, they're getting hammered by the fucking modernity just like we did. We were just the first ones to fall. We were just the first ones that got hit with it. Got hit with this fucking buzzsaw that just lopped the fucking chunk of our population off. Just, just culled the herd, man. Get rid of like a quarter of our population, like that, like overnight. They may be going through that. Like I know, like I've said many times before, a lot of these places they're below replacement at this point. Well, that only like gets worse before it gets better. It like China and Japan, yeah, it gets bad. It gets in South Korea, it's down into like the sub one child per woman type shit. Like or I think in China it's 0.86 child per woman. Not even every woman has a kid in China. I mean, they're really hurting. We're not that low, but it's like, this is serious stuff here. And not everybody is like me, like I still have plenty of time, but not everybody is like me. And also, like, I just got to the point where, I mean, we'll never be ready to have kids, but I just got to the point that the goal, the standard I set for myself just got there, like this year, so like I'm gonna enjoy myself. But most guys, they need to kind of settle down quick. And honestly, myself, I've said this before, I watched everybody in my age cohort all commit to a job, commit to a woman, buy a house, settle down, get, have children, start their life. I watched everybody do that. And I had to sit content that wasn't for me. And I had to wait it out. I had to wait it out and it's weird. It is really weird. I just came to this conclusion of everything about this the other day, or like this weekend. I was thinking about it yesterday, and I thought that I was just a fuck up. I said this before. I thought I was just a fuck up, and I had done a lot of self sabotaging in my life. A lot of jobs that I only worked for a year, just enough to learn the job and then bail or get fired or whatever. But I've never worked at a job, I think, more than 2 or 3 years. I think I topped out at like 2 years for Davy Tree Service. 2 years. But other than that, yeah, I've done no other job. And I remember telling myself at the time that, this is practice. I'm building myself up. I am learning. I'm on a journey. I'm getting to the place. I'm learning skills. I'm forging myself into a Swiss Army knife. I was right. I was kind of pulling that shit out of my ass there, just kind of like like, hey, like, coming up with excuses more or less. But in retrospect, no, a lot of it was voluntary. Like when things started going too good, I would like bail. I would like cut my, pull up stakes or cut and run or whatever. Even just as little as 2 years ago, I did this shit. Just totally like, I don't know what it was, but I was just like, gotta go. Things going too good. I had to bail. And now that I think about it now, that it's all over with, I look back on it and I think to myself, well, in the back of my head, I knew that I would never, ever be able to live with myself. I would always remember that I could have been somebody great. I could have been great if, if I had just had patience with myself. And I'm the type, I have regrets and I beat the shit out of myself over regrets and over mistakes that I really do. I am my worst critic by far. People, they bust my ball, they think they're slick or, they think they're giving me shit. It's like, bro, you don't even get close to how hard I am on myself, man. And I never have a problem with owning up with my mistakes because it's like, bro, no matter what no matter how mad they are at me, no matter what they say to me, it is nothing to compare with how I treat myself, how I talk to myself, how I think of myself for that stuff. I mean, it just doesn't compare. I mean, I don't ever let myself fucking forget the stuff. I don't ever let myself live it down. But when I look back and I think, I was absolutely, that gut feeling was so on point, and I had no idea why that gut feeling, what, why I was doing it, or like, why is this gut feeling? Why do I have it? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand it. It was absolutely because I knew I had something like I had it in me to be great. And if I had fucking thrown that away just because I was impatient and jealous that everybody else, because none of us are the same. Some people get the easy route. Some people get the easy road. They get the path that's easy. They just kind of stumble down it without even thinking and they fucking end up successful. Some people get that fucking luxury. Most of us, no, we don't get that luxury. You get what you get. You take what you get, you fucking smile about it. You'd be grateful to get it too. Because you could die at 20 from an overdose. If you don't like, if you don't want that other stuff, you could die at 20 if you don't want it. But like, thank God, man, that I actually fucking, even though I beat myself up, like it didn't motivate me to give in, to let it go. And I've always been a stubborn person. I've always been an independent person that went my own way. And it's like, golly, like, thank the Lord, man. Like, oh my God, for how I don't even know how I saw myself through that shit. My parents rode me like a Shetland fucking pony over my fucking job, man. Over my life, bro. Dude, they never let me forget the shit. Man, and my dad treated me like shit, trying to motivate me, trying to get me to fucking get up to start a family. I mean, he still kind of treats me like shit. Like, wait, like trying to get me to do something. I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, are you gonna fucking just sacrifice our relationship as a whole so that you can hopefully, I mean, I guess he is not a selfish person. Maybe he is willing to sacrifice our relationship to make sure that, he did everything in his power to get me to lead a horse to water. Thing is though, is I could think for myself. He doesn't know anything he doesn't know anything at his age that he didn't know at when he was my age, so it's like, bro, just I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. These are my fucking years. It's my life. I can do with it what I will. If I want to fucking throw it down the drain, that's on me. You don't hear me complaining about it. You don't hear me, or see me trying to make you pay for what decisions I've made. No. But yeah, I just honestly, like how I actually, and honestly, it's not that I didn't give in. I did give in to a lot of it. I did, and I beat myself up for that too. All those jobs that I did 1 year at, I did because I had to do those fucking jobs because my nobody in my life would let me fucking be without having a job, without doing that. I had a YouTube channel. And there was a period where, I was living with my grandparents and I did YouTube. And that's why I beat myself up, because I had the opportunity to invest the time into YouTube and all that's, do what I'm doing now. I had that. I was doing it when I was 26, 24. I started the channel when I was 24 and I was doing regular videos when I was 26, just over pipes and tobacco. I think to myself, nobody, nobody, I mean, nobody encouraged me to pursue that. And it's not their fault, but it's like, I guess nobody thought that I had it in me, or nobody thought that, like, who the fuck am I? You know what I mean? And my family, they're pretty humble. Like, they think to themselves, who the fuck are they? So it's like, they only give the kind of advice that, they give the kind of advice they would want to receive. And yeah, keep trying at YouTube. One day you'll make it. That's crazy. It's like, bro, you're better chance of hitting a lottery. Go get a job, motherfucker. So I did the bare fucking minimum. But I think to myself, like, man, people treated me the same way that they treat me now. People would tell me how much they enjoyed watching me then. People tuned into every video I put out then. Why couldn't I see it then? You know what I mean? And I had the fucking time, man. I was 26. I could have just done pure YouTube for the rest of my 20s. Been fucking golden. Would have avoided all kinds of misery and heartache and adversity. And that wasn't my path, but it's like, damn it, man. Damn it. And it's like, honestly, if people hadn't been leaning on me so hard, I probably would have stumbled. I would have done it eventually, or I would have kept doing it. And it sucks that because my fucking dad harping on me about a job, I thought it was important to have a job working for some dickhead who didn't want to pay me shit for my time, when I'm a good-looking guy and I'm smart as hell. What the fuck was I? Why would my parents push me into doing some fucking monotonous, stupid shit when I was like 12? Maybe I was like 14 or 16 after I hit puberty. My parents, I remember them riding me, and I said, "Look, I don't want to do what you do. I don't want to be a worker drone. I don't want to be some fucking mindless worker drone." And that's how I put it too. I said, I don't want to be some fucking worker drone, some office drone. I was a kid. Man. And I said, I'm not doing it. I could not do it. I can't stand school as it is. And it's like, they're just regular people, and they just didn't think I had anything, that I had it in me. Although when I was a kid, my mom was like, I should have put you in modeling or this, that, and the other, I guess. But I don't know why then they didn't understand that. Yeah, this just, he's not going to do this stuff, and he does have something that his brothers don't have, because they didn't see it, but people all the time are saying, like, man, you should, like, that website or that streaming why is it that everybody else sees it, thinks it's so obvious? You know what I mean? It's just, and that's one of my grievances with our society, is that we used to encourage people to shoot for the moon. Now it's like, bro, just go get some piece of shit. Go fucking push a mower. Like, dude, I pushed a lawnmower. I worked at a landscaping a company for like 2 years. 2 or 3 years I did that shit. And I got treated like shit at the landscaping company too. I'm talking, I worked some low ass jobs, man. But you know what? They knew that I wasn't just some throwaway motherfucker. When they fired everybody else for winter, they put my ass to work polishing the trucks for next year, because they're like, oh shit, we don't have a truck for him to be on, but we ain't letting him go. Yeah, they put my ass to work. I polished fucking landscaping trucks for a whole holiday or a whole winter. I'm talking like 50 trucks. I fucking washed these sons of bitches one by one, waxed, and 50 fucking enclosed trailers. I did that shit too, with like turtle wax and a buffer. And then I did tree work for God. And tree work, that kind of worked. Well, I was looking up like people, smart people, high IQ people. And it's like those people, the wayward people, or people that have trouble uh conforming, have trouble with school, they almost always, it's almost a guarantee that they will end up in a life-threatening job. When I read that, I just about shit. I about had a heart attack because I was thinking, God, I was climbing trees when I read this, and I was thinking, holy shit, man. I mean, every single word, descriptor word, every single adjective fit me like a glove. And I was just like in awe, flabbergasted. Like, holy shit. I had no control in any of this. No control whatsoever. But because that I was denied from all the normal routes, that all the channels that intelligent people, clever people that are meant to lead, meant to make big decisions, meant to hold the power of our society, supposed to be the intelligent people that know what's best for everybody, or that know know how to make decisions and make good decisions, that gather data and then make educated decisions. I was denied all that shit. And the only place that I could find any sort of contentment, I had to do an extremely challenging job that only a very minute percentage of people would even attempt. That most people would not even leave most people, they get a foot off the ladder. They say, no, this is good. I'm good on this, man. I think I'm good. Man, I struggle with that too. I was deathly afraid of heights, bro. I fucking worked through that shit. And I liked it too, but I liked it because it was hard. It took, not everybody could do it, and I liked that. And it was for keeps. It was for keeps. I don't know. I guess I'm an adrenaline junkie, or I love the challenge. But normally, high IQ people, they end up running companies. They end up administrators. But other companies, employers have to give them that power. Companies or institutions like the government, you have to show them by completing their schools and shit. They won't give you a chance otherwise. Although, a century ago, 2 centuries ago, you might start off busting rocks or digging ditches, but very quickly you move up the line because people see, okay, this guy's not a dummy. We need smart people. You're up here. You shouldn't be taking orders. You should be giving these guys orders. And that's, and then you end up moving up. Not today. Not today. That's not how it works. They want to put your head down in the mud and they want to fucking trample it. If you're white, they want to put your head down in the mud and they want to trample it. If you got kids, less so. So, like, I've been fighting an uphill battle for a long, 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 long time. And I've been poor. I haven't had money. It's not like I've been able to make a good living. Not really. Average, I guess, at best, really. Average at best. And I never really even gave a damn. It was enough money for me, as long as I can do the things that I want to do. I really don't give a damn, but I couldn't buy a house or have start a family. I wouldn't have doing that stuff anyway, but just got a lot of grievances with our society at this point, you know. Uh it's like I had to twist this society's fucking arm to let me in, like, and I always knew that, like, if I'm worth my salt, if I'm as smart as I think I am, these people can shut me out all they want, but they're not going to keep me out. They can slam the door in my face, but I'm going to be in that fucking room whether they like it or not. Not by this way, then by that way. Not by that way, then by that way. I'm going to get there. So I never really settled for dead end shit. If something was dead end, I was like, well, I'm not going to be here long then. you know, that's simple. And then I tried to start my own business with whatever I knew, tree work and shit. Too difficult, too much effort, not I didn't like it that much that I was willing to, you know, do do it like that and put in all my heart into it. And then, but then like I started doing this kind of and it kind of just occurred to me one day last year, like after I got hurt in like August or September, it just hit me one day that I know what it was. I discovered AI. I used that Olama app and I started pulling up models and I was talking to that AI and it just started to hit me that like, bro, I could do whatever the fuck I want to do, like I could, they've tried to keep people like me down in the past and they just ended up paying for it. They ended up regretting it, and I kind of realized that like, I'm I'm trying to keep some humility about me like, not going to count my chickens till they hatch, well, after they hatch. And there's always somebody out there smarter, always somebody out there better looking, always somebody out there tougher, and I don't want to get big head or anything. Not that special. I'm just more special than the cards I've been dealt, put it that way, by society. Yeah, it hit me. I was talking to the AI and I was kind of telling it about how I had felt over the years and describing certain things that puzzled me, things that I didn't understand. I started asking it about, started getting answers that I could process, that I could make sense of. And I got really excited too. Like really excited. Like all of a sudden I was like, "Holy shit. Like I could do this." Like this is something I can do. It's been a tough road. It's been tough going, but I can do this, I'm not crazy. Uh I've just been trying I have been shooting for the wrong target. I haven't been aiming at the right target. I realize that. And bro, that was a little over a year ago. I've come a long way in a year. Come a long way since January. And I did start streaming last year in September. And I had a little traction, but I kind of backed off, went to visit my mom for Thanksgiving, hung back December, and retooled and came back with a full heart and just invested, just put everything into it. I didn't have a fucking dime either. Didn't have a dime to my name. I went through all my shit and started finding, you know, like the mic. I fucking found like that was like I've said, it's an old rock band mic. Has a little rock band emblem on the front from a Beatles rock band. And also like 2 years ago, I asked my mom to get me a fucking MacBook for Christmas. And that's really when all this started. I asked her for a MacBook. I don't even know why. Um, my little brother went to Africa and she paid like 5 grand for him to go to Africa. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What about me? You know, like I want to go to Africa. And she was like, well, what do you want? He asked for, what do you want? I was like, well, let me think about it. And I don't know why, but I saw the MacBook and I was like, that's what I want. That's what I want. And bro, like I've used this MacBook to do all this shit. It's like to do the AI, all that stuff. It literally put the tools in my hands, man. Put the tools in my hands. Last year, not last winter, but the winter before that, bro, I was taking I was a garbage man in people's apartment complex a year and a half ago. I was going door to door in an apartment complex toting garbage. Yeah, I paid my dues, man. I did what I had to do. Learned a lot too, all good. And I am so glad that I fucking had to get down. I had to get my hands dirty, because I understand. I have calluses on my fucking hand. I know what it's like to work hard for your every dollar. You know, I know what that's like. I know what it's like to risk your fucking life to earn a day's wage. Believe me, man. I've had days where I was like, "Holy shit, I am not getting paid enough to do this." You know, when you're at the top of a palm tree and then you look down on a windy day and it's doing this like a noodle, like a wet noodle, that's fucking scary. And every time you spike into that bitch, big- bro, that shit is scary. 60-foot palm tree over concrete in a parking lot. So if you fall, it, you're gonna hear a crack, a loud crack, man. Yeah, and I did tree work for a long time, bro, and I did the hardest part of it too. And you're right, it did kind of make a man out of me. Put some hair on my chest, I would say, but you know, it was like I had to work. I've done dishwashing. I've toted garbage, and you know, I hid my fucking face in that apartment. There was a chick I rode my bus in school. Yeah, I fucking hid my face every time I saw her. I saw her every day too. She'd be walking her dog with some dude every day. I'd be no, I hid my face like one time, and I was like, why the fuck am I doing this? Fuck that stupid. You know, like screw her. Give a shit what she thinks. But you know, and I would do it again if I had to. I would do it again. You know, I really would. But it's like, and you know, it's the weirdest thing, man. But I've been telling myself for years that you know, shit happens for a reason. You know, if it's meant to be, it will be. You know, and just kind of relax. You know, be patient. Don't beat yourself up. Don't rush it. You know, this shit is a marathon. It is not a sprint. You know, I had to talk myself down a lot of times. A lot of times, man. I'm not joking. I really did, dude. And it took some trust in myself, some trust in the Lord. But for some reason, everything just seemed to fit. And now when I look back, everything fit. And like, there's no doubt in my mind, I was meant to do this. I couldn't be more cut out for this. I'm not missing some variable, nothing, nothing. This is what I was meant to do. And there's no way I could have known that growing up and stuff because there wasn't even YouTube. But it's almost crazy that I am who I am and I have the skills that I have and I you know I just have everything that I have. I'm blessed the way I am because all of a sudden a new idea, a new institution called the internet was invented where they came out with social media platforms where anybody and their brother could make a channel and put shit on there. And anybody with any sort of talent or anything that people want to see or hear or opinion that people want to hear, all they need is a camera. You know, like because before the internet, bro, you had to prove to a movie studio or a talent agency, you had to prove to them that you wouldn't be a loss if they invested in you. You had to prove you had to have something, or at least somebody had to give you a chance. Like you know, honestly, it's almost like the best of both worlds. It's as if I didn't have all the gifts that I was blessed with until I was this age. You know, it was as if I was some low IQ, retard, some low IQ fucking brown person, and I had to tough it out and I had to get my hands dirty and I had to fucking experience that. I had to walk a mile in those shoes before I was going to get an opportunity to take my place in with my rightful place of success and honor, respect in my own country. And what pisses me off is that not everybody is as blessed as me. Not everybody can overcome these racist ass laws and shit. All this bullshit. Not everybody has the luxury or the ability or the blessings, and that pisses me off because literally but for the grace of God, I wouldn't be where I wouldn't have the things that I have, be where I'm at. But it's yeah, I kind of got the best of the both worlds. It's as if, I was somebody else for my 20s and my early 30s. And then once I had proven myself, paid my dues, is like I got to be a different person all of a sudden. I got to, and really it is like being a different person. Honestly, I don't see myself as anything spectacular or above average. Like I'm kind of coming to terms with actually what people think of me at the moment. Like at the moment. Like there's been a lot of like the way I've been treated in my life, it's very puzzling, very puzzling. Like literally, this chick that I dated years ago, she was the blonde. Yeah, I talked about her before. Her dad was my seventh grade math teacher, and I remember I took her on dates and stuff, but I remember after we went on this one date, and we had slept together. I remember I was tired as all hell. It was like 4 in the morning, and I was like tired, sweating, tired, worn out, and I like flopped down on the mattress and she just sat there for like 30 minutes looking at me. And she just had like this look of awe on her face. And it like haunted me to like this weekend. And it just occurred to me like, oh my God, she was staring at me because she thought I was attractive. I've had that happen a couple times. And it bothered me. Like, what the fuck was she looking at me like that for? Why was she looking at me with this fucking blank, like, sort of smirk on her face? What the hell is that? Was it, what? Tell me, you know? Well, figured that shit out on my own. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's just really never saw myself like that. It's just weird. And even when people be like, oh, would compliment me, like, cause, I, I've seen, there are attractive people, and then there are people that you don't even attempt talking to them because they're so attractive. And, I always like just stayed away from them, I guess, and like I'm starting to come to terms with the fact that people see me as one of those people, which kind of pisses me off because it's like, bro, I don't even get a say in it. Fucking people just go the other way. I don't even get to say, yeah, like, no, I find you attractive. Let's do something. No, I don't even get that choice. They fucking make my choice for me. They don't even try. They don't even, or they blow me off or self sabotage or whatever. So I am kind of resentful about that actually, but I I don't think anybody really could have told me that actually. I probably wouldn't have believed them, but like I'm starting to come to terms with that. Like and what's funny is my own intellect kind of worked against me there cuz I think I'm a good judge of things, and that I have a good skill for I can rationalize, I can reason. Bro, that shit totally failed me, man. I have a terrible accounting of myself and my own assets and my own abilities. Like, and I guess it's humility, like false modesty. But it's like, bro, I wish I had known this when I was 20, man, because all of a sudden talking to women, it's like easy, bro. Easy. Because I'm not worried. I'm not concerned. I understand that, even if this woman doesn't like me, then it's a her thing. She's probably it just wasn't meant to be as it is. Moving on. I always just kind of thought I was lucky, I guess. where I never thought about it. But and all of a sudden, bro, I could be very forward with women and they respond. Like it's like, what? I don't really have to beat about the bush. And it's news to me, as they say. Like it's been news to me. It's kind of nice. I mean, and yeah, actually, like the fact that I didn't realize that, I mean, it kind of kept me grounded, I guess you could say. But and at the same time, I like, I'm not a jaded, beat up, used goods person. For allowing people to drag me through the mud. Women anyway. 'Cause, regardless, I think actually, like, and there's a reason why I stopped dating seriously when I was younger was because I didn't think I had really had anything to offer, or I wanted to date when I had more to offer than my looks. I want a woman of my caliber. I don't know. I don't. That's the way I look at it. But and I want to be able to have a successful life. But I could tell when I was dating in my 20s that it was changing who I was for the worse. It was altering my perception and opinion of women and them as a whole and individually. They were losing their luster all of a sudden. So I stopped. I said, no, this isn't good. No, this is not good. This kind of shit, no. When I actually am ready to settle down, I'm not going to be able to if I just continue uh allowing these women to beat up on me like this. So I walked away, and I'm so thankful I did. And it's almost like Alex, I know he's saving himself for after he gets married. I realized that that was the right way to do it, and I regretted, actually, I regretted not saving myself. I regretted, and although in retrospect, I'm 36. Like, I guess I'm kind of glad I did get it over with. But I remember being profoundly sorrowful that I had done that, and that it was something that I regretted. That was nothing really. Was missing nothing, nothing really all that special. And I had something to look forward to when I was ready. But yeah, I just realized, that this isn't all it's cracked up to be. It actually, it left me very hollow and very empty inside, and I was kind of resentful, bitter about that. And like, this fucking, it would have been one thing if I had had successions of decent, couple year long relationships, but it wasn't. It was just seedy, fucking single serving or situationships, bro. It had no substance, none, none. And I've had substance from women before, and I know how good it feels, and I know how good, how 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 much women can love you, how much they can be devoted to you, how much they can care about you. Like I know, and I've had it, and I've seen other guys have it. Like like you, the guy could do no, I could do no wrong, straight up. I could do no wrong for, I mean, they were just, nobody was going to tell them otherwise. And it's such a great thing. Like it's a good thing. It is. It's good enough to be worth all the shit I went through so far. It actually, and I remember thinking like, fuck, man, dude, I don't give a fuck about being successful or rich or I don't give a fuck about that. Just let me get this for every day. Oh God, man. It's contenting. Almost not in a good way though. Like it's almost like a drug where it's like you have no ambition to do anything to endure any adversity because you just want to go lay up in the pussy. You just want to go lay up in that shit. Relax with your woman, because But you can't do that though because she'll lose respect for you. That fucking luster will wear off. She won't care about you no more if you're not a go-getter, if you're not getting her done. But like it all worked out. Strangely, it all worked out. I don't fuck man, I almost didn't make it a lot of times, dude. A lot of times, man. A lot of times when there was less than a 1% chance that I would be alive and I fucking pulled through. Shit. Anytime. Several times. I freaking overdosed twice. Who the fuck survives that? I do. That's who. I do, motherfucker. I'm gonna pull the Nick Fuentes, vain, badass shit talker in your face, dome checking you. I'm the best, bitch. I do that sometimes though. I was fucking getting riled up earlier because I was thinking about all the fucking doors slammed in my face, and I was just like, you thought you had me, huh, motherfucker? You thought you were just gonna trample me down in the mud and hold me and keep me down there and fucking laugh at me and point. You thought I was just gonna roll over like a nigger and drift through life like a lump of shit. You had another thing coming. No, sir, that's not me. Fuck you. That is the. I mean, I'd say that every now and again. I gotta give myself a little pep talk. I was not having that shit. I fucking learned how to do coding too. They said that fucking uh, learn how to code, learn to code. Okay, okay, I'll do that. Sure, sure. It was easy. I wouldn't want to fucking do it though. Shit. I mean, I've done it. I mean, like for myself, but it's not for me. I'm too person. I like people. I like talking too much. It's too autistic for me, I guess you could say. I like this. I like this. What can I say? And it's funny too. As a kid, my dream job was to be like a professor in college. Didn't get that dream. When one door closes, another one opens. Fuck college, man. This is way better than that. I get to fucking teach people every single day, and I get to teach thousands or millions or whatever, however many I feel like doing. I'm not constrained or restricted to just doing these measly little shitty lectures in a hot or cold classroom with a bunch of snot-nosed smart-ass punks. But it's funny though. I knew what I wanted even back then, even in elementary school, even in second grade. I knew what I wanted to do. I knew what I was good at and what I enjoyed doing. I've always enjoyed talking, and I've always enjoyed just having debate, discussion, arguments. I've always enjoyed making people laugh, and I've always enjoyed teaching people something, telling people things that they don't know already. Giving people interesting insight that they haven't thought of on their own and that they haven't heard from another individual. I love that. I love it. I love bringing stuff to people, to you guys. I love telling you guys what's on my mind, or you know, uh, my take on shit, my opinion. Like when something big happens. Because a lot of times I find that something that seems super obvious to me, nobody will bring it up. Every now and then I'll be like, why is nobody fucking pointing this out? It seems so obvious. And I've always kind of been resentful of the fact that I never got a chance. Like I've been sort of more or less discounted and dismissed my whole life. And it's like these fucking jabrones, who the fuck are they? How are these people making these people, who empowered these people to make these decisions? You know? Like they're fucking stupid. They don't know what they're doing. I had to work for a lot of people a lot of good people, but sometimes people that I knew more than they do, or they did. And like when I worked landscaping, I was there. I was at a landscaping company for a year, and I knew every single Latin name for every single ornamental plant in America. every one of them after a year. I knew every single tree species in North America after a year. I did not belong in those shit garbage ass industries. Did not belong in that shit. I remember when I was younger, I was thinking about joining the Marines with my older brother. I went and talked to my mom's dad about it, who was in the Air Force. My dad's dad was in the Marine Corps. My mom's dad, he was an officer. When I was talking to him, I told him I wanted to go join the Marine Corps, and this was in Iraq and shit was going on. And he goes, no, 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 no. He goes, no, you don't belong there. I said, what the fuck are you talking about, man? I want to go overseas and fucking and do the thing. He's like, no, no, that's not, no. He's like, no, you should go in the Air Force or the Navy. He goes, but no, you don't belong on the front line. You're too smart for the front line. I'm like, fuck, hell I am. Like hell I am. I want to go fight. And he just wasn't having it. He was like, nah, man. He goes, even if you do, they're not going to let you go to the front line, buddy. He's like, they're not going to let you. You think they're just going to throw you away? He's like, bro, they're going to, bro, you're going to go right to intelligence or some shit. He's like, they're not going to let you go to the front line. You're fucking crazy. He was right too. I went to the recruiter and they were like, oh, baby genius here. I took that stupid ass sit down test you take in there. They were like giving me shit, busting my chops about it. Like, oh, baby genius, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I wasn't going to the front line whether I wanted to or not. Right. And I remember saying that in front of my dad's dad that my other grandpa said that I was too smart for the Marine Corps. Man, that pissed him off, man. He made my mom cry because he was talking shit about my grandfather. Like, he's an officer. He knows better than to do that. Bad mouthing the service, blah, 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 because he's an officer. He's like, that's not honorable. This, I mean, he really went to town. My mom was fucking crying. Like, I was kind of pissed too that my grandfather said that I was too smart for, it kind of bothered me. She was like, he just cares more about his fucking grandson than he does about some bullshit ass institution. Some bullshit ass institution that just wants to use you up anyhow. She was fucking right about that too, man. She was right. She was absolutely right. I would do the same, man. I would do the same, he did care about me. That alarmed him. Man, he was alarmed by that. He did not like that. He was like, "No, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, sir." Like, no, 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 no. That's not happening. You're not going to do that. And I've kind of come to terms with that. Like, we have a certain amount of choice. And average people get average jobs. That's the way that goes. And rightfully so. But people that, if you're above average, you really don't have the right to want that, to want average. I mean, if that's what you get, that's what you get. But, I think honestly, society doesn't want, like, it would bother society if somebody sandbagged. If somebody said, yeah, I could give more, but you know what? Nah, no, I just kind of want to just want to do the low effort thing. Nah, man, society isn't with that shit. And it's certainly America didn't get, fucking white people didn't get where they got by sitting on their laurels and fucking taking the easy way or doing just enough. And that's kind of the thing with where we're at now. Like, bro, we are not gonna get by with if everybody just does the 40-hour a week thing, bro. We're fucked if that's our lot. If we're all just gonna kind of take what's given to us and smile about, like, nah, bro, that's not smart, man. Let the girl bosses do that shit, bro. You're better than that. That shit is beneath you. And you need to think about it like that too. It is fucking beneath you. You do have sovereignty. You do have choice. Go out and fucking do something, Go out and blaze a trail. Fucking set the world on fire. Do something, I mean, I know a lot of you guys are, you guys are you're on the back end, not busting your balls or anything. Not trying to bust anybody's balls here, but hey man, you guys aren't here because you don't care about anything. You're not here because you're here because you have an investment in your people. You care about what happens to your people. Well, if you care, put your money where your mouth is. Like I said, we need to start creating this just consuming shit. We're dying, man. We're dying. It's killing us. It's killing us. Right? These streams right here. This is what is going to these streams right here are going to win the day. We got our let's face it, bro. We failed as conservatives. We fucking failed. We didn't conserve a goddamn. We lost. We got our asses beat. We got our asses beat. We were beat before we even knew that we were in a fight. We got licked, man. We got licked. Okay. So now we need to fucking we need to suck it up, brush ourselves off, go back to the workshop, retool, and come back with a full heart and bury these motherfuckers in their own fucking blood. Like, seriously. They got us. There's no two ways about it. We got beat. Now we don't have the luxury of passively hanging, like just doing our thing and trusting to the plan, trusting that, it'll all work out somehow. Nah, bro. No. That's not how we win this. We win this by all hands on deck, by you making a success of your life, by you making all of you making a success of your lives. You just fucking drift through life. We're fucked because that's what all of you are going to do. That's what everybody's going to do. It's easy. They've made it easy for us to do that. They've made it resistance free. They'll probably even give you money too. They'll even give you some welfare if you just sit this one out. Yeah, well, you sit this one out and you're going to watch the rug get pulled out from under you. You're going to watch some fucking Habib, some fucking nigger, his kid inheriting the shit that your kid should have inherited, the kid that you don't have. So you do what you're going to do, man, but just know you're going to fucking hate it. You're going to hate the rest of your life if you just sit back and watch everything that was supposed to go to your kid change hands and go to some fucking little niglet. Yeah. Some niglet, some negress, some haji. Hey, it's the goddamn truth, bro. Absorb it, take it in, wallow in it, bathe in it, do whatever the fuck you need to do. But find the motivation. I understand how hard it is. Believe me, if somebody had said this to me 2 years ago, it would have pissed me off. I would have resented it. But bro, I get it. But you got to fake it till you make it, man. I remember hearing that shit when I was in rehab. You fake it till you make it, man. You got to fucking pretend as if, man. If this doesn't work, you move on to the next thing. You just keep moving on until you find something that you can put 100% of yourself in, that you can happily do for free. If I think most of you guys are above average in here. I mean, I tend to attract like-minded people and people similar to me. I don't know, attractive, intelligent people, they congregate with me. That's just the way it is, man. I don't make the rules. It is what it is. Ugly women don't fucking approach me. And I don't hang out with stupid people. So just by the dint of that, stupid people, and I trust that you guys, obviously you guys have a reasonable amount of intellect. You wouldn't be sitting here for hours at a time or an hour. Or my average viewer length, I think it's over 20 minutes. My average viewer on for all time is over 20 minutes. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy, my dudes. That is insane. Like, bro, Imagine how many people just pop into my shit for 2 seconds and dip. That mean, and the AI and YouTube is always fucking pushing me like, bro, your people fucking like what you got to say. Damn. Like, well, they're smart people. We commiserate together. This is a congregation, we're all kind of trading ideas and perspectives and correcting each other and uh just kind of it's sort of kind of like a potluck kind of a thing, or I guess, maybe I'm like the base or like the stock, like the fucking the broth more, whatever, it's just an example, but it is impressive and I do appreciate that. Like I do long ass streams and you guys fucking hang with me. Uh like ours, that is very that's flattering. And I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. What's up, Cam? Long time no see. Preach, brother. Yeah, but see, I mean, bro, like I was saying earlier, dude, these people only have the power that we allow them to have. We don't have to listen to, a lot of the shit a lot of the ways that we've been getting buffaloed here is we have been getting shouted down. We have been obeying their shibboleth, like these fucking feminist shibboleths, like we're not allowed to have an opinion on abortion. Bullshit. The day I'm not allowed to have an opinion on abortion is the day the day that I no longer abide by any of the rules, bitch. Not any of the rules. If I don't get to say my fucking piece, then who says that you get to fucking live that you get to live to the end of the day? Who says that you get to do anything? If I don't get to fucking talk, if you think you're going to tell me that I can't talk, Missy, bro, you're not going to like the way I fucking, my reply. It's not going to be fun, I assure you. Women don't like when I reply, when they get slick with me. I give it to them hard and dirty. I mean, I get mean. I do get mean. They fucking want to shout us down about abortion. Did you hear what I was saying? Like, bro, how did they just fucking unilaterally decide that we just aren't going to exist anymore as the Western civilization? European women, they just fucking went behind our back and said, you know what? We're not having kids anymore. The West is just going to die. We're not going to do it anymore. Who the fuck empowered them to do that? That shit's got to be, no, that can't stand, bro. That cannot stand. We can't let it stand. No. It'd be one thing if we had gone along with it and, kind of lent our, legitimized it, but we didn't. I never voted on any of this shit. I never had a choice in any of this. So why the fuck should they? And like I said, I get the end of the choice thing, them having the choice. I really don't want to fucking argue about that. That's not really what I'm trying to do. But they don't have the right to influence other women. They don't have that right. It doesn't exist. Nobody gave it to them. And we should stone these whores. We should stone these witches. You seen that shit the other day? These women that are doing bro, we should stone them and say, hey, yeah, go ahead and cast spells and fucking put hex, do all this bullshit with your tampons and your period blood if you want, but we're going to put you into a pit and we're going to chuck jagged stones at your stupid ass until you don't exist anymore. So be my guest. Go ahead. And it's crazy too is, like these single women, the single boss babe women thing, bro, that is literally a stereotype. That is a trope. That is an archetype, bro. Do y'all think that it's a coincidence that witches are associated with cats? Do y'all think it's a coincidence that single women love cats? No, bro. Witches weren't witches. They were spinsters. They were the bitchy old resentful, bitter cunt that was exiled to the outskirts of town. Those were the witches, man. And bro, has anything changed since the Dark Ages or Rome or when? Bro, nothing has changed. I just realized that like a week ago. I was like, oh my God, bro. Nothing has changed. Women are like, bro, if they don't get chosen, they become a witch, bro. They become a witch, bro. What the fuck? And then they try to fucking bring other witches in and make a coven. You know, Hocus Pocus with Bette Midler and oh my goodness. Woo. Yeah, man, that shit. Bro, and the shit is, it is witch, it's witchery, and it's like it's evil, satanic. They, bro, these people do weird fucking weird what do they call it? Seances, weird fucking the thing where, you know, where they gather, they do spells and shit. Seances and warlocks do it, and so they gather around and they, man, how's that fucking escaping me? Son of a, they're basically orgies, and they're evil. They're say rituals. They're rituals. They use their menstrual fluid and fucking, bro, they literally pray, you know, to the heavens. Not for children. No, no, no. Not for children. No, no, to keep men with them. To keep a man alone and miserable. They do rituals, cast spells, do all this shit for the darkest, most negative, most disgusting shit ever. It is the equivalent to the like toxic male shit, or like, you know, wife beater, this, that, and the other, you know, that kind of stuff. The evil male shit, pedophilia and stuff. Bro, that is the equivalent. That is the flip side of the coin. We should not tolerate this shit. Women with stones and stuff, bro, we should either be denying them fire, water, and shelter for 1,000 miles, and anybody who is caught giving them any of those things should be also exiled, or they should be executed. I'm not bullshitting you. You got to stamp this shit out. If you think the Salem witch trials was just like people going crazy, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm pretty sure that was men cracking the whip. Pretty sure that was men stamping some evil shit out. And you know, I feel the same way about pedophiles. Those motherfuckers should be exiled or killed, like executed. Absolutely. Absolutely, positively. So I'm not like double standarding it here. There is a group on our side as well, but dude, this shit is evil, bro. And it starts to take the rest of society down with it, man. That's the problem here. Is that they don't just do it by themselves off in the cut, bro. They don't just do it alone. They don't, man. Even the pedophiles don't just do it alone. You know, and like I said, the abortion thing, you go ahead, do you, live your life. But if you're caught talking about abortions, you're going to get exiled, or you're going to go to prison, or you're going to get executed. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not playing about this shit. Like, we don't really have that luxury anymore. Like, we do what we got to do, man. And then we'll fucking hash it out later. But hey, if they want to fucking we're allowing women to propagandize and drag other women down with them, we shouldn't be allowing that. Shouldn't be allowing that at all. And they think it's fucking funny. They think it's fun and games. They think they're hitting one at the Patriot. No, bitch, no, no. You're doing some evil shit. You're immiserating millions of people, men and women. You're denying humans the right to live. Like, no, we're not going to do this. We're good people. We're just people. We care about life. Like, you know, and we like, dude, I fear for my future kids. And bro, it's almost like you can't really even protect your kids. But I've watched so many women go down like chaff to the bro, cut down like wheat, man. And I think the people that did it to him are fucking evil. I think and you know, we all know what this is. This is literally intrasexual competition. This is women trying to ensure that their kids get the best mate possible. That's what these elite women do. They tell the women, the poor women below, the women below them, they feed them a bunch of bullshit that ruins their life, leaves them childless, miserable, and alone, while those cunts are married with a family. Like, who's that fucking bitch, that Alex whatever, on Call Her Daddy? Yo, we need to hang that needs to be a public execution. Her and her fucking old man. Make an example out of that stupid, cocky, arrogant cunt. She needs to be made an example of. This is what you get when you just flippantly talk about fucking grave shit. Like that ruins, like, grave shit, like abortions, like sex, lifestyle. No, you don't get to fucking push. You are way too influential for us to allow for you to destroy generations of innocent people. And if I have my fucking way, it's going to come to an end. As soon as I can fucking put any of my fucking influence to bear, I will. And it's through these streams. We don't have beer halls anymore. I don't drink. We don't go to beer halls. We don't do that shit. We don't congregate at the fucking pub anymore. We don't do those days are over. They're over. We got streaming now. But these streams, this is where we all go this is what we're doing here right now, fellas. This is the chalkboard. And our doctrine is taking shape as we speak. We got beat by the liberals. We got beat, man. They stamped us out. We didn't see it coming. They beat our asses. Well, they're on the back foot now. We have the initiative. The initiative has shifted. We have the initiative. They're on their fucking back foot, and they're scared because we think about this. We are smarter than them. We care more than they do. We have more to lose than they do. And we just plain enjoy kicking ass and imposing our will on society and the world at large. We like it. We like winning. We like running shit. We like telling people how it's going to be. We like succeeding, and we like building and constructing. And you know what? That needs to be thrown into the fight as well. That weight needs to be. But this is where our arguments are taking shape right now between you guys and me, Carl Benjamin over in England, Rupert Lowe, these guys. We are on these streams figuring out a game plan. We have the initiative. People don't want what they're selling anymore. People don't like where we're going. People can feel it. You see all the videos of people saying, bro, people can feel it. Americans can feel like shit is not good. It's going to be fucking wild soon. Like we better, like now strike while the iron's hot. This is our opportunity. We do have the initiative. Ball is in our court. They've done everything they can do. They've thrown everything they've got in the mix. They've expended their arguments. The trump cards are gone, fellas. And they're down to recycling those tired shibboleths that are specific. They have been. I wrote this down yesterday. I wrote I spent like 4 hours literally at pen and pad, bro, like fucking Dr. Dre and this bitch. That's why I didn't do a show last night, because I just was too focused. But there's 4 different things that I kind of identified as their kryptonite, their fucking kill shot, their one shot they've been doing on us. Let's use a bathroom in a second. Wait, so yeah, these shit. Where is it? I just wanted to read from it just to make sure that I got how I. But there are four different attacks that they tend to use on us, us specifically, straight white men. Ah, here we go. Anti-Semite, sex abuse, racism, abortion. Have you guys ever had a woman say that she was raped when you knew for a fact that she was telling you it was total bullshit? Bro, I think every woman that I ever talked to, like, was interested in, had some bullshit ass rape story. Now, mind you, maybe some of those perhaps happen, but there's no doubt in my mind, when I look back, every one of those women leveraged that, used it, and used it as leverage to extract. Or it was either to extract something from me, or it was to dodge something else, to get out of doing something. They either used it to extract or get out from under obligation or responsibility. Am I the only one that's happened to? Because I doubt it is. And every time a woman threw that bullshit that, bro, has nothing to do with me. I have never put my hands on a woman. I have never done anything that could even be construed as any type of abuse, even questionable. Nothing even questionable. And it just chaps my ass to no end that somebody would throw that shit in my face as if that's supposed to mean anything to me, as if I'm supposed to be contrite and accept my penance for doing something that isn't me. I'm a man, okay? What does that have to do with anything? You're a woman. You kill babies. What the fuck? You know, you do evil shit too. You don't have to pay for anybody else's problem. You're telling me I do? Well, yeah, you can go fuck yourself. Go piss up a row if you can. I'm not doing it anymore. Go fuck yourself. That shit don't mean anything to me. I don't care what women think. I don't care what anybody thinks. Fuck you. It's bullshit. You're not going to use it to cheat me. You're not going to use it and think that that's your get out of jail free card. Fuck you. If that's the way you want to play, then go fuck off. Go exile. We'll exile the bitch. You want to play that game? You think you got this little fucking trump card and then they try to shout you down. Do they not? They think they can gang up on you with their fucking group of friends. Let a fucking bitch try me like that one more time. Let her try me one fucking more time. Sex abuse. Oh, how about the abortion? So they can shout you down so you don't get to talk about it. Bro, the only reason why this shit that is going on today is because white men, in the past, allowed that bullshit to stand. Allowed these fucking Jezebels to shout them down. I'm not doing it no more. And I suggest you don't do it either, because that's how we got here. We let these Jezebels shut us up. We let them silence us. We let them trick us or convince us into withholding our opinion. Bro, they don't know their elbow from an ass, or their asshole from they don't know their elbow from a hole in the ground. They don't know their elbow from their asshole. They don't know a fucking thing. Their ideas are loony. These fucking bitches, they're most of them, they can't survive without us. They can't survive. They couldn't make it without us or our money. One or the other. When it's not us, it's the state using our money. It's simple as that. When it's not us, when they don't have us, they just have the state, or they have their dad. But either way, no woman is independent no woman is ever independent. I don't believe that shit anymore. I don't want to hear it anymore. You're not independent. I'm not going to argue with them anymore. Bitch, when you need something fixed, who do you call? A man, the air conditioning guy, the mechanic, this, that, the third. When you need to get an abortion done, who do you call, bitch? A man. So shut your fucking pie hole. Don't want to hear it. You got no leg to stand on. You don't contribute anymore than children. That's it. And you don't want to have those anymore. So why don't you shut your fucking mouth and get in line? That's how I feel about it now. I don't want to hear it anymore. They've had their fun. We gave them the fucking power. We gave them a chance. We said, okay, fine. You know, we we don't have any we don't have any prior information. We don't have any knowledge that says women can't do it independently. Women can't survive on their own. We tried it, bro. It's been almost a century we've been trying this shit. We're almost gone. Bro, if there was a decent country out there that had ambition and, wanted what we have, we wouldn't have anything. They would have taken it from us a while ago. Bro, if there was a country that was like, if the USSR was still around, if the USSR was in their peak, they would be kicking the shit out of us right now. They would have just straight up invaded us, bro, and we would have fucking had nothing to resist them with. We have nothing, bro. We couldn't even stand in and trade blows with Iran for more than half a year. That's fucking crazy, bro. That means that a stiff breeze would blow us over. And we've been laid low because we let these fucking Jezebel, these strumpets, have their way for too damn long. The place is crumbling. Yeah, they know how to have kids. They know how to raise kids. They don't know how to fucking maintain a society. They don't know how to maintain a fucking car, a house, nothing. They could take care of a cat and children. That's about it. That's about it. Or run a kindergarten class. They could do that too. But the rest of it, bro, I don't want to fucking hear it anymore. It's just it's just women saying, but come on, let me be selfish. Let me have fun at your expense. Let me have fun and enjoy this and fuck off and make poor decisions at society and civilization's expense. Let me do whatever I want and then ask for other people to bail me out when I don't want to live with the consequences. Nah. How about no, sweetheart? How about no? Fuck you. And this co-ed bull. Like we just need to walk away and say, no, this ain't working. This isn't working. What have you produced? Show us. Show us what we would be loath to live without going forward. Show us what we stand to lose if we send your cunt ass back to the kitchen. What do we stand to lose? Oh, we stand to survive as a civilization, do we? We stand to start having families again, do we? Yeah, that's all I needed to hear. Bro, we've done this for over half. Bro, we gave it the old college try. It just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And now you get on a dating app, over 30, bro, there are thousands upon hundreds and millions of these stupid women, strumpets, that don't know what's good for them. And they still don't know what's good for them. And they will fight you tooth and nail so that they can ruin their own life. Bro, well, I'm not doing it anymore. I don't give a fuck what any woman has to say about this opinion and about what I'm saying now. I don't care. Your opinion is fucking not wanted anymore. Keep it to yourself. I don't want to hear it anymore. Keep it to yourself. If it is contrary, if you're trying to disagree with me, unless you're just trying to tweak what I'm saying here, shut your fucking mouth. I've had enough. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm tired of hearing the drivel, the stupid ideas that I hear. This women telling me that it's good that niggers and brown people are displacing and taking our fucking country and our birthright from our children. No, Miss Mackenzie, no, it's not acceptable. Maybe it is to you, but who the fuck are you anyway? You're one woman. Shut your fucking pie hole. Did I ask? No, I didn't. Keep it to yourself. We don't care anymore. We're beyond that. We're beyond you having a say. We're beyond you almost beyond you having a choice. Almost. It's getting there. And you know what? I have no doubt in my mind that you will push us there, ladies. You will get us there. That's all you've done is fuck this up. That's all you've done is fucking push the goddamn snowball down the hill. That's all you've done. Why should anybody think that it would be different going forward? You know, we have nothing but a massive mess to clean up because of you and your selfish ways and your fucking and your self-absorption. You think you're God's gift to earth? Bitch, if you died 20 years, nobody would get you are nothing. Nothing. And it's time you relearned that, ladies. It's time that you learned where your place is again. It's not at the top and it never will be. Over our dead fucking body. You got to play house for a little while. That's it. That's it. And if we go down from here on out, it's not going to be because you were playing house, having a good old time, fucking off. It's going to be because we just couldn't fix it in time. That's why. But I've had enough of this shit, bro. I've had enough. And we just need to start playing dirty too. It's that simple. We just got to get our hands dirty too. They've been fucking fighting below the belt. They pull this shit racist. They fucking call us racist. You sex misogynist. Why don't you take that word and shove it up your ass? Huh? Why don't you write that across your dildo while you're riding that battery? I just don't want to hear it anymore. And you know, maybe I do have a problem with women as a whole. That's because they have done catastrophic, grave damage to us personally. Personally, they have done damage to me, to all of you guys, to this whole country. Every single one of us goes to bed worried at night because of what these women did. We owe them some hatred. We owe them some bitterness. We owe them some resentment. They deserve some punishment. Honestly, they deserve a lot more than they're probably going to get, but they're going to get something. I mean, honestly, it's like they think nobody empowered them to throw the farm away, to just bet the farm and just piss it down the drain. Nobody empowered them to do that, and that's what they're doing. They're just giving the farm away to a bunch of fucking foreign colored people, a bunch of fucking crooks like Somalians and shit that haven't worked for anything. Bro, their society has produced mud huts in Ethiopia. These people have never produced or worked at anything for thousands of years. Thousands of years. They have done nothing. I'll be goddamned. If they inherit this country, if my kids end up being the minority in America, god damn it, I'd rather see this country perish. Straight up, I would rather see it perish. If we don't get to have it, why should anybody else? Make them go back and build their own in their fucking shithole mud hut Africa. Make them go back and build their own shit. If they want it so bad, go build it. Go build it for themselves. We wanted it this bad. We built it. It's ours. We get to say what happens to it. Who gets in, this, that, and the other. And I don't care if Mackenzie is okay with it. I'm not okay with it. How does her vote override mine? I've contributed far more than any woman in this country can say. I've actually fucking maintained this country. I have actually done real work, shit that is still there that I can go back and say, yeah, I fucking poured that shit. That concrete right there, I made that. I fucking cut down these trees, and that's why this parking lot is still here. That's why this building's foundation isn't cracked in half from a fucking tree roots and shit. Like, I contributed to this more than any woman. Okay, yeah, they have the kids, but that's the people. That's not the fucking structure of the society. Like, they do their part, but it's like, well, this is our part, though. Our part is keeping the goddamn lights on. Our part is keeping the motherfucker from crumbling and collapsing. Okay, we're about to be at collapsing. We absolutely are empowered for a shit hits the fan moment. We are absolutely empowered to what do they call not commandeer, but it's when they appropriate. We are absolutely empowered to appropriate whatever uh 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 resources we need, whatever goods we are absolutely empowered to do whatever is necessary short of mass murder, short of, I mean, authority, like throwing people in prison and this, that, but best believe anything and everything is on the table at this point. Bro, we are not in fucking, we're not in La La Land, bro. This is a street fight. This is a street fight. Not only do we have to kick the shit out of the person that we're in the fight with, but we have a woman trying to hold us back. This bitch has our fucking shirt collar, and she won't let us go to fight the guy straight up. She might have to catch an elbow in the fucking nose. She might have to get knocked the fuck out so that I can focus and save her ass. Maybe. It is what it is. But you know what? The women that come after are going to say, thank God, Grandpa. Thank God you did that, man. Could you imagine if there was no West? There was no women. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to think that maybe, the other country, the other place, like we were the fools to think that, these women deserve, that we should give them all this stuff, because all they did was take anything we gave them, literally immediately turn it on us and use it against us. Straight up, bro. Every bit of power that we've given them has been wielded against us and used to destroy us, to dispossess us, to destroy our assets that we fucking built with our bare hands. That shit's got to end, bro. Either that or we ain't worth our fucking salt. We don't deserve to own it. Those are the choices, man. Either we have the fucking balls and the gumption and the fucking wherewithal to do this and to do the distasteful shit. No matter, I mean, if we have to deport some people, then so fucking be it, man. So be it. If we have to go through austerity measures to pay for those deport, so be it, man. So be it. I'm willing to do what it takes. Either that, I mean, we have to do what it takes. Like, yeah, if we have to drag them kicking and screaming, then so fucking be it. So be it. I can tell you this much right now, bro. In England, if they have to, they're gonna do whatever's necessary to get their country back. Rupert Lowe and Carl Benjamin, hey man, you don't think they'll snatch a bitch? Hey, do I have to choke a bitch? Hey, does Wayne Brady have to choke a bitch? Does Justin Blaine have to choke a bitch? Because he will. He will. Don't make him. Like, straight up, man. And that kind of metaphorically, of course, like we're in a street fight kind of in the aggregate. But, yo, man, desperate times call for desperate measures, bro. And like I said, we are on the hook for this. They aren't. These women aren't. When all this shit is said and done, if we lose everything, what do you think the women are going to say? Sorry, fellas, our bad. We kind of muffed it, didn't we? We kind of, whoops, Butterfingers. No, bro. They're going to say, you fucking feckless, milquetoast, loser ass beta males couldn't put your bitch in shit. You couldn't get your bitch? Now we got nothing. We ain't got a pot to piss in, window to throw it out of, or even a progeny. All you had to do was fucking get your bitch, bro. And you couldn't do that. What, she have a gun to your, and then they'll start getting slick at the mouth and shame. What, she have a gun to your head? Little big boy couldn't have a big enough dick to do it? Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, bro. They'll pull that number out. Because they know, deep down, what they think actually doesn't matter. This shit is all a shit test, bro. What they think only matters if we say it matters, dude. And what are you talking about? What's going on here? Yeah, I mean, when I was thinking about that yesterday, I was thinking, minorities and women, like all this shouting us down, bro, it could literally be music. It could be crickets chirping. It could be anything, whatever we want it to be. We don't have to listen to any of it. We don't have to care what they think. You think a father cares what his daughter thinks when he says, no, you can't fucking pierce your nose, bitch? No, you can't get on the pill. No, you can't. Do you think the father cares when he says, no, you can't get a tattoo? No, because you're going to thank me for this. Because you don't know what's good for you. And you know something? It is incumbent upon us to save them from themselves. That's the only reason why human beings are here today. I mean, the Bible starts out with her getting everybody, with a woman getting everybody banished from from a Garden of Eden, bro. And if that isn't a fucking, I mean, hey man, y'all feel like getting banished from the fucking realm of Earth? Do you guys, does that sound, is that something you can abide? It's not something I can abide, bro. Fucking throw me in jail. I'd rather be in jail than abide that shit. You know, like we're past fucking being nice about this shit, bro. We're past that shit. And you know something? They've been warned, bro. They saw World War II. They saw what happened when people push us too far. People understand, but they think that if they just shout at us loud enough and keep us cowed, that we'll just remain cowed forever. No, it's only a matter of time before the men say, wait a second, what are we doing, bro? Why are we fucking hiding from a bunch of wayward, bitchy women? You know, a bunch of feminists, a bunch of witches. You know, a bunch of fucking bitter, resentful whores, like, that spent their fucking 20s and 30s whoring around, and now they're pissed. Like, no. We need to sack up, bro. And you know, it starts right here. It starts right fucking here, man. This is where this is where you get the game plan together. This is where you argue the shit out. This is where you this is where we forge everything into a weapon, bro. That is what we do. That is what we're doing. We are forging a weapon. You know, a weapon to strike down enemies, a great enemy. We're forging it right here and now. Is the weapon we're forging, is it going to be as effective as it needs to be? Will we as a weapon acquit ourselves well? Will we acquit ourselves? Will we make the grade? Will we measure up? It's going to take more than remigration, by the way. It's going to take a hell of a lot more, bro. If every one of these sand niggers went home, if every one of these Habibs, if every one of these Pajits, if every one of these fucking undesirables that we've been fucking swamped with fucking imbecility and fucking animalistic fucking rapists and shit and criminals and just uncivilized human fucking scum, human resource, whatever you want to call it. But you send them home, all of them home, bro, we are still fucked. We are still not in a good place. If none of them were here, we would still be pretty much in the exact same position, man. Like, if they all went home by midnight, we would still have a lot of problems. So it's going to be a hell of a lot harder of a climb than remigration, dude. A damn sight harder than that. You know, our education system is fucked. What isn't fucked? Let's start there. What do we have that is good? That's where we should start. What do we have that we don't have to fix, that we don't have to overhaul? Can anybody, you know, what do we have? I mean, it's easier to name what we do have that's good than what needs to be fixed. Straight up. By a damn sight too. So, you know, we need to start getting this shit together. You know, this has got to be more than just kind of at the pub shooting the breeze thing. It's got to be more than that, man. You know, and it is more than that. You guys aren't dummies. I'm not a dummy. We come here with our different perspectives and our different takes and our insight, and we fucking spitball it. We chew on it. You know, we kick it around, figure it out. And you know, and we're doing it. We've been doing it 6 months now. We're doing it every day. Every time more events, more news comes out, we kick it around, kick it around. We're cutting our teeth here. We're forging the weapon, is what we're doing. They're doing the same thing in Britain. They're doing the same shit in Europe, man. We're all forging weapons. We're forging our implements of war. Forging our attack plans, forging our defenses, our strategies. Because I'll tell you what, guys, this is one good thing. Our enemy, they don't got anything for us. Y'all see that one video I showed you about that asshole Ian such and such in Britain? It was like, you can't just deport everybody. You can't just deport people with passports. You can't do that. He's like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. He's like, well, they're here illegally, and you don't want to do you want to live in a country that doesn't? Fuck yes, I want to live in that country. Hell yes. It sends pieces of shit back to where they came from. Yeah, I do want to live in that country. But they don't have, that was that guy's argument was, hey, that's mean. That's mean. You can't do that. That's mean. You heard the guy. He said, that's mean though. You know, like your government brought them here and gave them passports. Like, can you really look people in the face? Like, fucking A, I can. I didn't tell that asshole he could come. I was told him the whole time to stay the fuck out. And he came in anyway. Well, hey, man. He took his risk. He made his choice, man. We gave him the information. We told him, look, man, we don't want your fuck ass here. This is our country. They came anyway. Well, hey, man, it's on you. If you got to go and your kids, hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles, bro. Because we're going to throw your ass out whether you like it, whether our white women scream about it, whether you fight us, whether you do this. I mean, the deal that they're cutting with me is that 100% of super chats and 100% of subscriptions comes to me. They don't take a cut at all until March 2027, and that goes to 85%. And fuck, yeah, it goes to like that Poby TV. I need to ask everybody, like, yeah, if we can switch over to there at least to try it out. Like I said, the subscriptions are free. Or I mean, we'll see how. I got to see how it goes. But I get to keep everything that I get. Like anything, any subscriptions, any super chats, 100% of it goes to me for like the rest of for like another year, or at least till next year in March. So, I mean, so that shit's legit. No 30% and even when they do start taking a cut, it's like 85%. But yeah, I filled out the what is it, the terms of service, and that's the deal. Like shit, I can't get that deal anywhere else. That's for sure. But I'm kind of excited about that. Like, cause I was looking at it, bro. I did not realize this, dude. But there's only about 40 other people that they invited. I don't even. They're taking applications though. They've turned down people with hundreds of thousands of followers, and they approached me. Like their website, you can apply. If you're a streamer, or if you do, whatever, you're a podcast or content creator, you can apply. You tell them, oh, I'm perfect for it, this and that, and you give them all your, tell them what your skills are and this and that. Bro, they have turned down people with followings of over hundreds of thousands. They scouted and recruited me. I'm a fucking nobody with 2,000 questionable followers that might not even be watching me. They might just be watching Nick or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, bro. I didn't really think anything of it either. When I first talked, I was like, well, this would be cool, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we'll see how it goes. He's probably, it's probably won't work out, because it's kind of slow going at the moment, which I think it's just because of my language. I just need to back off the slurs, back off the cursing, and I'll be all right. Especially if I can back off the cursing enough to do the child, where I don't have to say this isn't made for children. I'm sure overnight I'll get up there, but yeah, when I was looking at it though, when I was looking their site over and seeing the kind of people they want, basically I fit the bill perfectly, but also the fact that they even say in there, go ahead and apply, but we only take people that are right, that we really want. And they even say, look, we've turned down people that have hundreds of thousands of followers and taken people that have only 1,000, 2,000, and they really have, bro. Me, like, they really have. But got me to thinking, like, bro, what the fuck am I missing? How do I not? How is this so? How do I not see this coming? Hmm? Why am I so biased? Why am I so? Why am I just that close to it that I cannot even tell how good I am? How like, bro, I genuinely, man, I just like I said, even I could say, maybe I'm a little somewhat ambitious more than everybody else, but even I have been taught to aim for mediocrity as though it is, something to write home to mom about. Like, bro, I just did not like, who the fuck am I? Like, I'm nobody special. Like, I've been told that my whole life, and I've kind of contented myself to that. It's acceptable. Okay. I'm not any worse than anybody else, at least. I didn't get a raw deal compared to everybody else. I don't need extra as long as I'm getting my due, as long as I'm getting what I am due. I have to the most part, but I mean, I just I thought, and I swear I hear all the time. Like, I seen somebody in the chat not too long ago, it was probably a couple weeks ago, and some dude was like talking to somebody else in the chat. I think it was that Paler guy. And he was like, this guy's going to be huge by the end of the year. And I'm thinking, bro, what guy? Who the fuck are you talking about? Like, I'm thinking like, yeah, I would love to agree with you, bro, but I just don't. I don't see it that way. I'm sure you have high hopes for me, but you know, that doesn't put money into the bank. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool that people like me and they think I'm great and this and that, but that shit doesn't cut any ice until, you know what I mean? Like, it cuts ice when it's a living. And at this point it's not a living. What? Need this on our platform? What do you mean? But I was going to show you guys that the website cuz I think I have a link to it and I think you need a link. Not positive, but I think so. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. And I'm so close to being off this Suboxone too. Stretch my shit 2 months, bro. I get 30 tablets a month, bro. I went 2 months this month. Like, I think I was still taking every one a day at the beginning of the year at the latest. Like, very recently, I've just like whacked the shit in half. Like, I'm motivated, bro. I'm trying to get to where I'm going, man. Bro, you know something? It's the first time in my life where I ever had a path to success that I could see and like so close that I could taste success. It's the first time in my life that I've ever experienced this, even anything close to it. And like, what's crazy, like before up until like June, I would tamp any sort of a optimistic feeling down. Like, no, 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 no. You have to manage expectations. I've been managing my expectations my whole life. Yeah, we're alive. Yeah, absolutely. I've had to manage my expectations my entire life, so I'm good at it. I know. Don't aim too high, or don't expect too much. Not until you don't count the chickens till the fuckers are out the egg. Shit, till they're adults and you're fixing to butcher them. Don't count them. far as I'm concerned. Till you got the money spent, don't count it. But yeah, I would push those expectations down, but all of a sudden it's like, bro, I don't think I really have a choice anymore. I think like this shit's gonna happen whether I like it or not, bro, whether I expect it or not. If I stay this dedicated, people are gonna force me to be successful, whether I would want to or not. You know, like people start reaching out, offering help or asking for me to whatever, you know, and I just started to realize that I have something that I don't really have a right to withhold from society. I don't really have a right to hold to deny society my own intellect or my own whatever it is I have to give. I don't have a right to deny it to everybody. As long as I'm going to participate in society, as long as I'm going to be a part of it and not just check out completely, I don't think people are really going to accept or tolerate false modesty or laziness, or I don't think people are going to accept that. I think especially in these times, they're really, I mean, it's kind of all hands on deck, and it's like, who the fuck are you? Do you need a special invitation or what, asshole? Get your ass over here and contribute. I mean, do you need a special invitation? A special invitation with a whoop ass a can of whoop ass or what? I mean, that my dad used to say that shit. Do I need to give you a special invitation? Like, get your ass out there and cut the lawn. You waiting for a special invitation, boy? Like, man, he would fucking, that was his favorite. That, and if something was lost, oh, what? So you expect me to believe somebody broke in here and stole it? Oh my God, bro. And that shit actually happened once. Kid down the street broke into our house and took cigarettes and ordered porn on the TV on cable. My dad blamed my brother. Come to find out, homeboy he was absent on that day, and it came out that the kid did it. And my dad was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad." Like, what'd you expect? My brother's like, "Well, what'd you expect, man? You could have listened." Anyhow, yeah, this is homeboy. This is that guy that I had the fucking the conference call. Had the conference call with this guy. This is homeboy Eli here. Decent guy. There's another one called Becton, but this is the one of the founders here, one that I spoke with. I don't know, got the curly hair. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I just got this. I just got a feeling that maybe that was, you know, that, that's all. I don't want to. I don't want to fuck it up. So, uh, seemed like a decent guy. Guy that I taught, he had blue eyes, for sure, blue or green. I'm pretty sure it was like blue. But what he said says design for the way politics should work. Authentic di- Authentic dialogue, live, honest conversations from hand-picked political creators and independent journalists. Bro, I didn't read this part. Independent journalists. So like, I'm gonna be on par with like Matt Taibbi and shit. That's kind of why I'm getting excited about it. I don't think this is bullshit, to be honest with you. Ideas first, built to focus on ideas and discourse and to tune out noise and outrage. True context, know exactly who you're watching and where they really stand. Deep engagement, connecting people across a wide variety of perspectives, effortlessly beyond the surface. And they were really they were saying that we want people that can have conversations without throwing tantrums. We want people that see their interlocutors as human beings. And that is me. I am a reasonable guy. I get passionate and I get worked up when I'm talking on a stream, but when I don't ban people. You guys know this. I like hearing what other people have to say, and I have restrained you guys before when you guys want to tear into an individual. I say, look, let him say his piece. We'll cut him down with ideas. Let him speak his bullshit. If it's bullshit, we will cut him down appropriately. We will waylay this son of a bitch. We will make him, he won't come back. That's for sure. And that's the way it's supposed to go. You know, you show that person respect, but if you got to make a fool out of them, then you got to make a fool out of them. But anyhow, yeah, there's another thing that it was like, what are they looking for? Because it's like because you can apply, yeah, unlock early access. No, you press I'm a creator. That's right. Um, yeah, do you have these three qualities? We found our best creators index highly on these, and don't worry too much about follower count. We've seen 200K follower channels we'd pass on, and 1,000 channel follow 1K follower creators we'd onboard tomorrow. True, fact check, true. The community test, charisma. Many people are able to pull viewers. We're looking for creators who could truly build and engage a loyal community with members who come back stream after stream, debate in the chat, and feel like they belong to something. You know, I mean, they got their man, did they not? They got their man. They're not. They were not bullshitting. They put their money where their mouth is. They anteed up. Talking about, you guys are the community. It's like, actually, this is only me. This only describes me because you guys, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter how much people like me. If people don't actually, if asses aren't in the seats, if people, aren't chopping it up in the chat, then it's no good. And it doesn't matter, If people don't like you enough to sit to watch a few ads, to sit through a few ads, then it's no good. It's just fun and games, It's just an extracurricular after school club, as it were. And I don't see you guys as some sort of like a captive, something to be bilked or some shit, but it's like, this is all a business. We're not children here. We're not dummies or children. We understand, or immature. We understand this is all a business. They're making money off of us, off of everything. There's nothing there. They have got this shit down to a science, but anyhow, I digress. And the craft test, dedication, or it's the community test, the good faith test, and then the craft test. Oh yeah, Povey brings creators from across the spectrum together in one home. Did I not? This works best with those who can sit across from a perspective they disagree with, ask honest questions, and even update their views when the evidence calls for it. Now, those of you that have been here since January, I know for a fact that you guys have picked up on yes, I have changed. My opinions have my opinions are different than 6 months ago. Some of them. I used to hate the government, or hate welfare, any of that stuff. I had a problem with it. It's just, anyhow, I don't feel so dogmatic about liberalism and libertarianism. Not really at all. I care more about us as a people and our future. And you know something? I have no problem with welfare and social spending when it goes to my people. That's not what I have a problem with. I have a problem with the coloreds. I have a problem with my money going to feed another civilization's mouths, feed some other group of people, like to feed other people's children's mouths. If I got to feed somebody, I want it to be feeding white children. I have no problem supporting other white children. I more than happy to help those kids become honest, honorable adults. These Indians, these brown people, these other cultures, they have their own men to look out for them. They have their own leaders to be concerned about their future, to take care of them, to ensure that they have food in their mouths. They don't need me. They've got Pajits back in India looking out for them. they've got, you know, Africans, coloreds in Africa, as low IQ as they may be, they got adults looking after them. And if they don't survive, that ain't on me. And I don't give a damn if they survive or not. I mean, I want to see them die, but I only care about whether or not white people survive. Everybody else, that's their own fucking lookout. That's their own lookout. That's my lookout is my people, in my country, in my fucking family. That's what I care about. I don't give a damn about JD Vance's kids. I care about Goldie's kids. I care about Auto Hoax's. I care about all you guys' kids. I don't give a damn about JD Vance's kids. That dude is a traitor. We're going to get to him. Deduction or dedication and quality. Quality for us has two dimensions: how your content looks and sounds, and what's being said. We weigh both your production effort and content substance. We're more than happy to help you up your production quality. And that shit, I am dedicated. I do this shit every weeknight. You guys know, you wouldn't watch if you couldn't count on me being on every night practically. And I feel rightfully guilty when I leave you guys hanging. Even if if I'm 2 minutes late, I feel rightfully guilty. I feel bad because I see there's 2 or 3 people waiting in the chat in the lobby, and then after 2 or 3 minutes they leave, and I'm like, damn it, it pisses me off that I haven't got my ducks in a row to just jump into it, which still learning and stuff, still getting things into it, getting things together. But I just was very pleased to see that, yeah, that shit fits me. Yeah, that is me. I am dedicated. I am passionate. And I can get in there and chop it up with the best of them. There isn't a soul in politics that I can't hang with, that I don't have the potential to hang with. Maybe there are some out there that I can't hang with, but give me time. You give me time, I'll get there. But I'm like, all of a sudden, all things are possible now. Like, I just like when I think about goals and shit, it's like, and who can stop me? Who the fuck can stop me? Nobody. It's me. It's who I am. They can't take that away from me. As long as I'm breathing, as long as I have an internet connection, they can't stop me. They can't take it. They can't keep me down. They cannot keep a hardworking, clever, dedicated, and a confident white man down. They're not going to keep that man down. If that man believes in himself, and he's willing to put in the work, and he has some talent to start with, oh, they're not going to keep you down, bro. You can't be kept down. What will keep you down is your own your own dreams, the grandeur of your own dreams, the how big you dream. That's what's gonna determine where you end up. And I don't know if I really dreamed all that big for a long time, but I've always known that I was capable of great things and that I could have been great. And a lot of that was me man, if I had been 100 years ago, 100 years ago, I'd be fucking this and that. Well, that's bullshit. Maybe so, but why not today? Why not today? Are you saying that they can hold you down if they want? That ingenuity, intellect, and tenacity aren't enough to get it done? Then they wouldn't be enough to get it done back then either. Simple as that. There's no way around that. And I'll tell you what, man, if I had ended up a fuck up and a loser and a nobody and a nothing at the end of my life with no kids, no nothing, hadn't accomplished anything, I wouldn't have blamed anybody else. I would have known that I failed, that I wasn't good enough, that I couldn't make the grade. And so be it. I had kind of come to terms with that possibility, but I hadn't accepted it. No, not even close. Not even fucking close. You know, and it is nice being able to just, without thinking, without weighing the weighing the odds or the whatever, just being able to invest and pour 100% of all of me into something. It's the first time, you know, and it feels good. Just knowing that as long as I do do this every day, do a stream, and I do it every day, and I work at it, and I get better, and I put effort in, not just half-assing it, you know, just doing it to go through the motions, but if I actually do it, as long as I stick with that nightly streaming, I will get to where I want to go. Nothing can stop me, because I will get there one stream at a time. Nick proved that nobody can keep you down if you won't let them keep you down. If you won't shut up, if you won't give up, they can't stop you. You know, and I'll be, you know, try as they may, lock that door, lock that door, lock that. That's fine. There are plenty of other doors. And I could do anything. I could do fucking anything, man. If, you know, if I wanted to, if I put my mind to it, you know, and you guys, like Alex, man, you got to start looking at it like that. Like, yo, I can do this. But of course you can do it. And are you going to let some fucking wide nose, fat lips, Sambo having fucking douchebag? Are you going to let that guy show you up? Are you going to let these fucking Pajeets, these people fucking take your shit? Are you going to let them outperform you? Come on now. Shit, I forgot to turn on Twitch. I forgot to stream to any other platform but YouTube. Fuck. Damn it. Son of a bitch. That sucks. And I didn't record like the 20 minutes of it because the shit ran out of storage space. That sucks, man. Because quite a few people watch. It doesn't really matter, but kind of. I had some good fucking, some decent little rants there. The platform is only as great as the people on it. Fucking A, true. Absolutely. Most political media rewards the loudest take. Povey is built on a different bet that audiences are tired of the yelling, and that the creators who will lead the next decade of political conversation are the ones who can disagree well. I believe that. I do. I believe that. I think they're absolutely right about that. That there is a thirst and a hunger for that. I'm tired of seeing this shit where people won't talk to each other, where they're, you know, like when I see Anna Kasparian go on Tucker's show, or I see Cenk chopping it up with Sean, what is his last name? The Seal? Son of a bitch. Huh. Either way. That dude, you know, when I see them, it feels so good to see them agree on. I don't like, bro, they are right. When you see like supposed emissaries or enemies, when you see them get together for a common cause or a common enemy, bro, it feels good. Feels good, bro. When I see Cenk going across the aisle, when I see Anna go, and they're fucking like finding common ground and uniting, like, bro, Cenk and Candace, that was Anna and Candace, excellent show. Cenk and Sean Ryan, Cenk and Tucker, I think he did Tucker. That was good. All these shows, they are spectrumtacular, bro. Magnifique. They are. I don't know what it is, but it makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside, bro. It's the weirdest shit. it legitimately evokes a warm uh satisfied feeling of like contentment, like somebody you love is succeeding, somebody, your child is just won, tournament or so, you know what I mean? Like it's just such a good feeling, bro, and it feels like good things will come of it. That is a good thing. It's awesome. And like I like having conversations with leftists when they actually want to synergize with me, when they actually want to get to a good solution where everybody can live with. And I think that I deserve that I would be an asset if I was in those conversations with big shots like Tucker and Shank. I mean, as big shot as they are, I'm not so sure how special they are, but like the more high IQ people are in there chopping it up and getting licks in and saying their 2 cents, the better. The better. These people are stupid. Most of them. We need to get them the hell out. We need to get some competent people with some real prowess at leading, at making choices, at seeing the right choice, making the right choice. I think a lot of this shit is obvious, but it's obvious to me. A lot of these people have never worked a real job, fellas. A lot of these people have never sweated for $1. They've never had to get up at 4 a.m. to get home at 6 p.m, with cuts all over their arms from shit, from, just tough shit, working for busting ass for every one of those dollars, every hour earning your pay. These people, they don't understand that. I fucking do. And it's time they were reminded that, hey, there are people out there that work damned hard for their money. And who the hell do you think you are? And where the hell do you get off pissing it down the drain as though it grew on a tree, or as though it's other people's, it's other people's money or your parents' money or some shit. You just spend it willy-nilly, or you think it's yours. You think it's your profit, like you own a business or some shit. Nah. No. If that's the case, then we'll just burn the whole thing down and fuck you anyway, huh? We'll burn all this shit down, and then whose money are you going to collect, Mr. Sheldon, Miss Miriam Adelson? If we just fucking burn everything down, we'll do fine. We'll do fine. We can scrounge. We can survive. We'll go out and pick berries and fucking kill deer. Your bitch ass, you're going to be, oh, did I break it? Oh, my hands, oh, the bleed, I have blisters. Yeah, oh, I'm sure. Those people, they can't make it without civilization and society. So they need us. They need us. Without us, the shit falls to nothing. Whether they need us to do their jobs or not, they need us here to keep everything maintained. You have no society without people. Okay, you have buildings, but that don't mean shit. What, you going to go in there and serve yourself, do everything? Nah, you going to do your own electrical? You going to do your own plumbing? You're going to unplug your own damn toilet? Don't think so. And if you say no, then we'll just strike up a mob, swarm your house, snatch your bitch ass up out of your bed by your fucking hair, and string you up by the top of your fucking building. Seriously, it's like, no, it's that dire. It's like, bro, if we don't get what we got coming to, if we don't get our due, if we don't get our due propers, bro, heads are going to roll, man. What do they think, that we're just going to take it? That we're just going to let them bend us over a barrel and give it to? Nah, bro. When have humans ever done that? Europeans especially. Bro, we got to burn this shit down. We'll do it. It's like Trump with the Republican Party, bro. What, I'm in it to win it, bro. And if you're not gonna give it to us, then we're just gonna then you ain't gonna have it neither. You ain't gonna have it neither. you know, and no matter what they do, even they can have ICE and all their goon squads, bro. When people, if people want to burn a country down, they're going to burn that son of a bitch down, whether, don't matter what other people say. If we want to burn it down, we're going to burn it down. We're the only ones that keep it from being burned down. You know, like it's because we care. We built this shit because these things are ours. These are our assets. We know burning it down would not serve us. It would only hurt us. But if we're fucked anyway, oh yes, yes, we will burn it down. Don't make us. We don't want to. But they're not going to lock us out. They're not going to shut us out and just fucking turn us into some slave pop or some animal population that they keep in a fucking in a fishbowl or a petting zoo. Nah, bro. No. We'll take this we'll go extinct before that shit happens. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Because if bro, I mean, I'm just not cool with these elites. You know that what's in their mind, bro. It's in their mind to whittle us down to nothing and then enjoy everything on their own with a bunch of fucking robots. No, bro. No. That's not happening. Any future you got in mind, it includes us. Or it's not going to include you either. It's not going to include you. Yeah, this site looks fucking legit though, man. I do really need to tighten up on the on my affect. I mean, I can do it when I want. It's just I don't really have a reason to hold back. Like, it's whatever, at the moment. It's gonna be a couple weeks, I guess. They want me to do content so that create a channel or whatever, my own page, and then I gotta populate it for them. They want me to populate it so that when it goes live, it will be there. Oh, thank you, Dave. Beige adjacent. Funny name. It's all right if you're beige. There's a lot of white people that are beige. A lot of white adjacent people that are. I was talking to somebody recently, like, and like Tushdeed was saying, Khan, what is acceptable? It's like, I'll tell you what's acceptable. People that are as invested in the West as you and I are. Those are the people that can come to America. The people that care about it as much as we do. The people that feel it's their house, or that if they were to damage something, it would be stepping on their own dick, or it would be like being a guest in somebody's house and just busting shit and just whatever. Those people, that's what we get. That's what we've been getting. And they try to, oh, well, what about the Mexican guy that cuts your grass? No, I don't want him either, really. Not really. No. We have kids. They need fucking jobs too. They need summer jobs too. Right now, teenagers can't get a fucking job to save their life. So, sorry, but Juan and Julio got to get the fuck back home. We're going to have to make do without them. Them and fucking Vivek and Narinder. They got to go home. I don't want to hear it anymore. But like, any of them have these fucking attitudes like Vivek Ramaswamy? Yeah, you can kick rocks, bitch. Go take your ill-gotten gains back to your Pajit rice-eating buddies. We don't want your crooked ass around here. We don't want to be ruled by crooked Pajits like you neither. Your ill-gotten gains, bitch. Nobody believes that you earned billions of dollars. Motherfucker, you did a rug pull, bro. You did a pump and dump. You robbed people's pensions. You're lucky we don't stone your ass. We'd be right to do it, too. Bro, that's just bullshit, bro. That's like this Bernie Madoff shit, bro. I don't want to hear it, bro. You are not a contributor. You have not added anything. You have taken, bro. You have siphoned off billions of dollars from our economy, and you didn't put in shit, bro. You just got out of college. Don't tell me. You know something? Any of us could do that, but I didn't do that because it's wrong, bro. You didn't work for it.
You're a fucking scam artist. You're just like the rest of your fucking telemarketing scammers. Don't pretend like you're better than me, asshole. You stole more. You stole a bunch of money. You're no better than a fucking petty theft. You just have the good sense to take more. That's all. You just have the good sense to steal big. Bro, no. Fuck you. That is not acceptable. Money is not it, bro, that's not even a fucking money is not even a standard of measurement in this when it comes to coming to America. Bro, fuck you and your money. We have plenty of money. We don't need money. We own the money. We make the money here. Okay? We don't need that shit, bro. And we don't need you telling us what's wrong with us. Why don't you go tell India what's wrong with India? They don't seem to be doing so good, asshole. Go fucking worry about your family, dude, and your people. Let us worry about ours. You know, and when we run these sons of bitches off, spots will open up. Chairs will open up. Our people will get back into power. Things will be right themselves. Things will go not go back, but we will sort it out. We got here, we can damn sure, or we got there, we can get back there. You know, any idea that Europe and we produced as a people before can be matched or topped. Really, you know, the point that I've been trying to make is, look, man, we have to get serious, and we can't take excuses. We can't equivocate. We can't sit on our laurels. We can't be easygoing about this. We can't be above anything. No, nothing is beneath us when it comes to our country and getting it back where we want it to be. You know, I don't like worrying about being the minority of America every night. I shouldn't have to fear anything in my own country. No trend or anything, maybe a mugging or a stab. I mean, that's reasonable. But it should not be inevitable that I'm going to be a guest in my own house. Really? No, thank you. No, that's not happening. I'm not going to be a guest in my own house. I'm not going to be ruled by some other culture, some other people that I don't know, that I can't relate to, that I haven't shared some sort of cultural something, you know, something like that. Like, yeah, I don't want that. No. Bro, in India, they don't have to be ruled by white people. In America, we don't have to be ruled by niggers and Indians. We don't. We don't. And we will stop. It will stop. We won't have to deal. Ro Khanna, I like the guy's a decent guy, but I don't want to be ruled by a brown person. And when they get their foot in the door, come one, come all. No, man. No. It starts with one. Just like with women, starts with one. Then the next thing you know, you're hanging from a fucking hangman's scaffold. You know, that you've just been hung by the. Like, yeah, no, it's not happening, bro. And, you know, they would love to move right in here, you know, and just slip right into our, you know, it's size for humans. They'll size for men. They'll slide right in. But it will stop when we put our foot down. It will stop when we don't accept this. When we will not tolerate that. When we will only accept, you know, when what we ask for is all that we will accept. That's when we'll get what we're asking for. Really, we got to tell it. We have to tell them what we want. We're not ask them, tell them what we want. This is what's going to happen. We're telling you nicely. Here's the suitcase or the coffin. Take your pick, man. Take your pick. And I can assure you, you pick the coffin, it's not going to just be a coffin. It's not going to just be a coffin. You know, it's going to, the coffin is coming. That's the late stage. That's the end. That's what you get if nothing else works. That's what that's what Gandhi told the British. That's what Africa told the Europeans. Am I wrong? Do we not have is this not a democracy? Do we not have the right to say this? Do we not have the do we not have right and justice on our side when we say this? We didn't invite these people here. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, I would go as far as was necessary. Simple as that. I want my fucking homeland back. I want it back the way it was when my dad was born. That's what I want. If we have to change the name, we have to change the fucking laws, so be it. So be it. I'm willing to do that. It's that simple. I'm not all the name doesn't mean a goddamn thing to me. A piece of parchment that fucking undergirds everything, that doesn't mean a fucking thing to me, bro. You can write more, you can get another piece of parchment. You know? If that's what it takes, so be it. So fucking be it. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do what it takes. I'm willing to sacrifice whatever it takes. You know, oh, we can't do that. You know, these people are here legally. They have passports. Well, then good thing they have a passport so they can fly their ass back to the cribbo. Fly their ass back to the red soil of Africa. We don't have a place for you here, man. We got a lot of work to do too. Without you, with you leaving, we still got we got a fucking Mount Everest to climb. You know, we're just getting rid of the people that are raping their daughters to death and shit. But, you know, we got to do this, you know, like where we talk about how far are we willing to go? What are we willing to do? Are we willing to get our hands dirty? How far are we willing to go? You know, what are acceptable terms? Why do we deserve it? You know, why do we have a claim on America, you know? Why are we the arbiters? Why do we get to decide who comes and goes? Which you notice Khan, he was asking us because we are the ones. It is our decision. We are the white men of America. It is our decision and our decision alone. And there's 13% black people, but they don't even care. You know, they don't really care. They don't want to, you know, they're too busy shooting each other and shit. You know? So I don't even really, they're a non-issue. They're a non-entity. They're like neutralized. They're moot, as it were. But you know, like we definitely need to understand how things are, what's going on, what we're prepared to deal with. What are we prepared to follow through with? Like, what are we prepared to live with too? What are we prepared to live with? I am prepared to live with millions of deportations. Oh man, I'll sleep like a damn baby at night. Sleep even better than I sleep now, knowing that my people aren't being stabbed to death by foreigners. You know, I don't know if I'm really ready to shed blood over it though. That's one thing. I mean, I would be, but not over some things. You know, like if it was deporting these people, yeah, I'd be willing to get a little bit rough, a little bit dirty when it came to that. I suppose if there was a population that was determined to stay and they wanted to fight about it, I guess yeah, I would be willing to kill them too. I would be willing to I would be willing to end their lives if they didn't want to leave willingly. Like I said, suitcase or coffin. Simple as that. If they don't want to go, they're getting the coffin. No two ways about it. This ain't your country. This is our country. Them what's let you in this son of a bitch, they didn't ask us. They just did it. We don't owe you a goddamn thing. We're not obliged. We're not responsible. You understood what you were doing was crooked. You understood what you were doing was against the law. You understood what the consequences could possibly be. Bro, don't ask for my sympathy, bro. Do not ask for my sympathy. You rolled the dice. You lost, dude. Snake eyes. You rolled the dice, man. Anybody who gambles knows there's a chance you're going to lose. And you lost. It's the same thing in Britain. Bro, we have absolutely, my conscience will be so clear. I don't feel like I owe these people anything, and I don't feel sorry, not the least bit. You're not going to make me feel sorry because you don't get to live here, but you got to live over there. Bro, spare me. Spare me. Oh, no. You had to, oh, man. You know, you had to walk, you had to travel. That's it. It's like, bro, you're alive. You're not going to make me feel bad because you had to live in another location. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to feel bad about that. And like, it's that simple, you know, and these shibboleths, that shit used to be kind of like, people would gasp. Like, how, oh, you could, like it was like a Holocaust. Like, bro, we're not killing anybody. We're sending them home. We're sending them home, man. Life. It's their own society. It's their own civilization. That's whose job it is to provide these people with opportunity, with sustenance, with shelter, with justice. It's not our job, bro. We don't owe these people anything. We don't owe these, you know, if these people are languishing in Asia or Africa, that's their lookout. That's their lookout. That's got nothing to do with us. It's called an act of God. That's called life. It's not, it is not incumbent upon us to ease anybody else's struggles in life or to, like, who are we to protect other people from God? You know, if we want those people to be the strongest they could be and to be independent and a great addition to the human genome and shit, then they got to figure it out on their own. Can you walk for a child, or do they got to figure it out on their own? Can you ride a bike for a child, or do they got to figure it out on their own? Eventually, they have to do it. Eventually, they have to put in the work. We can't do it for them. China tried. We tried to fix Africa for them. We did it for what? Centuries with colonization. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. The Chinese tried it. We can't fix it for them. We can't. There's nothing we can do. They got to do it for themselves. And snatching all of their ambitious people that have goals and ambitions and that are great, that see possibilities and greatness. If we just keep stealing all of their talent and all of their human resource, when are they ever going to get up on their own 2 feet? These fucking cocksucking businesses, they have turned our women on us, and they think that we're Nazis and we're evil. Because we are good, honest, God-fearing men and fathers that understand there's such a thing as tough love. You are not helping a child by doing everything for that child. You are just making them that much more helpless, that much more dependent. And when you're not around, they're going to struggle. They're going to struggle. What happens when white people, what happens when we're not here anymore? Humans are just going to go, if it was up to them people, they would be relegated to a tiny little fucking spot in Africa. That's where they could survive at. You know, where the fruit is on the trees 24 hours a day, 365. That's why these people are around, because they don't need to do anything. They can just live. The fruit's on the trees. You know, there's slow enough animals around to get, like that's why I remember my grandfather telling me that. He goes, do you think it's coincidence that the entire equator is a bunch of fucking retards? You think that's a coincidence? Or is it because they can wear a loincloth and literally live their entire life in a fucking loincloth in a hut? Live their entire life with no shelter in a loincloth. No shit, they're not that smart. No shit, they're literally a step above hyenas and animals and shit. Bro, like the difference between them and apes is like a fucking flint. Never had their own currency. Never. They've never had coins. They've never had paper money. They say that there's a possibility that they had shells that they used. What are they called? Those little coquina shells. They're they put them on necklaces. Puka shells. I think it was puka shells. They may have used puka shells. It might have been Indians, maybe. I'm not sure, but they've never had their own currency. Never had a language. Never had their own currency, bro. Never invented the wheel. That's animalistic, bro. You're not very much higher on the food chain than any of the animals you live amongst. If that's the deal. You know, the baboons that you rub elbows with on a daily basis. Yeah, those guys are like, like maybe they're good friends with their kids and shit. Who knows? Straight up, man, because these are not the brightest people in the brightest bulb in the pack, as they say. They're not, man. And I have no problem with these people. I wish them all the best. I hope that they can rise above. Absolutely, I hope that. This is not a zero-sum game. I don't wish harm to anybody on earth. No. I don't want to see anybody hurt at all, ever. I just want to see us respected each other, respecting each other. I want to, like, our government has done us dirty. Really, these foreigners have not done us so dirty. They have not really done, the criminals have done us dirty. But people just for crossing the border, I understand why, they're looking for a better life. So am I. I've been looking for a better life. There's nothing wrong with that. I get that. But, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. But I hope you won't hold it against me. You got to go home. I'm not trying to hurt you. Look, you got to go home, man. There's been a mistake has been made. We're here to rectify it. No offense. Do not take this personally. But you need to go home. I wish you all the luck. If you need any help or advice, drop us a line, give us a call. Drop a dime, Negro. If you would, please. Drop a dime. But I honestly, I don't really think it's all that. It's not really outrageous to ask this, bro. The Indians that's what they said to the British. Nobody flipped the script. Nobody freaked out and started a war. They just fucking went home. I insist that these people go home. I insist. I hate to, but hey, I have to insist, man. You got to go. You need help packing your shit. I'm good at that. I ran a movie store. I will help you pack your shit so you can skedaddle, move it on down the line. You got to. You got to go, man. You got to go. I mean, it's as simple as that. We don't need these guys dragging down our fucking average IQ, bro. These people, we don't need that. They're not adding anything here. They're not. That we're not gaining anything. And I'm sick of people trying to pretend like immigration is we need, or immigration is none of that. It's something that rich, crooked, evil businessmen have done through expediency, not because it was right, not because it was good, not because it was charitable. They did it to make money. These people are being trampled on They're being brought here to be trampled on. Anybody who is okay with that and thinks that is a good thing is stupid, or they're evil, and they are ignoring the advantage that's being taken of them by businesses. The illegals and the foreigners, this is evil, and it's unacceptable. The foreigners are being taken advantage of, and they're risking their lives doing jobs and shit, like they're being taken advantage of, and we are being taken advantage of. We are being injured. We are being shit is being subtracted from our stuff. Nothing is being subtracted from their shit. Or the businessman. They're all gaining. They're gaining our shit. That, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no free shit just lying around that they're giving. No, it's our stuff. That shit comes from somewhere. They're giving our shit away. And we got to figure out what is it that we need to do? How can we get what the fuck we want? What is it we have to say? You know what I'm saying? What argument must we craft? You know, whatever we got to do, we're going to do it. Well, we need to figure out what we got to do. We need arguments, and they're doing this in England too. The leftists have no more arguments. You know, like when that guy says, you know, yeah, we just need to deport them. He's like, oh, they have a passport, so here legally. Well, then make another law, make it illegal, whatever. Do whatever you got to do. That guy had no argument. So, and you know what? Because they've been censoring us, because they've shut us down and shouted us down. Remember that motherfucker, that judge at Stanford gets shouted down by a bunch of fucking, a bunch of ungrateful scum, bro. Scum, man. Like, what the hell are these people doing here, bro? Behaving like that. And who the hell made them think that that was acceptable? Hell no. That shit is not acceptable. Like, and you know, our education system, bro, this fuck shit, where all these, white people seem to be going to school. Like, I think we should just shut the whole fucking thing down. Start from scratch. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth a fuck anymore. And at this point, you know what? I don't care about the history. Fuck that history. Get rid of that history. It reminds me of fucking worse history. You know, like, as far as I'm concerned, if this stuff cannot be reformed, man, you know what? If there's any real resistance, if it's not easy, you know, if it's not just like something that takes care of itself, bro, I'm for burning the shit to the ground, getting rid of Harvard. Fuck you. Fuck you. You sons of bitches. You literally, you have, how many parents have raised beautiful, wonderful, beautiful, special, like unique souls, their children, only to watch that person who they've brought into this world and raised and invested their life's blood, invested all they had to invest, so that if they lose that child, they've lost everything. How many parents have done this, put everything they ever had, all their hopes and aspirations into their children, only for those children, or only for them to feel like their children has been killed or stolen from them by somebody else? How many parents have to suffer that? How many parents have to send their kids off to college to lose their fucking child? How many have to do that before we say enough? How many fucking Elon Musks or people with fucking a son that decides that he doesn't want to be a son anymore? How many times do we have to accept that? How many times do we have to endure that indignity? You know, these people, they don't realize they're fucking with They're fucking with cataclysmic forces here. They're fucking with people's lives. They're everything that people own. That's what's being fucked with here. When this trans shit, this daughters being raped by Africans or by South American Venezuelans, kids being twisted and turned into Frankensteins or people with all kind of metal shit in their face, tattoos over every inch of their body, hating their parents, shaking their fist at God. How long do we have to endure this fucking indignity where we watch our beautiful, good, truly good, righteous, our people destroyed, bro, crushed under the fucking treads of this piece of shit, minority, feminist, evil, diabolical ideology, this gay race communism. Bro, it has got to end. There are a lot of good things in the world. There are a lot of wonderful things in the world. And there are a lot of neutral things in the world. And feminism, homosexuality, and the ideology that goes with it, they're not in that. They're not on that list. They're not in that category. This race bullshit about race, it's not in that category. These are downright evil. These are satanic ideas. They're dark. Like, these are really dark ideas. You know, when I said I was on the dating apps and I've scrolled for half an hour, 30 and see nothing but 30-something-year-old white women with no fucking kids. All morning I was doing it and I was like depressed after it. Depressed. I just thought, holy shit, man, we have a fucking mountain to climb. Holy shit. Because I used this app when there was no women that were single with no kids that were over 30. That shit didn't exist. They were single mothers. I remember that. And I remember how they were like hen's teeth. Now, it's depressing. It's tragic. It's tragic. All the heartache, all of the misery, all of the regret. Somebody's got to do something about it. And if women aren't smart enough to see and to understand what's good for them and what isn't good for them, then we just got to do it. Then, hey, we got to be, a good, we got to treat them like a dog, a little girl. If that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do, man. Because apparently they're just going to keep laying down, like, they're just going to keep offering themselves up to the butcher. They're going to keep, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And it's like, bro, we've tried talking them down. We've tried talking to them. We tried telling them what's good. We tried showing them what's going on. I mean, bro, they're not moved. They're not swayed. They're not swayed by 12-year-old girls being raped by Africans, by foreigners. They're not swayed by that. Well, nothing's going to sway them then. Nothing's going to sway them. They have the false idea that they have right on their side, and they don't. They don't. They don't. They don't have right on their side. They don't have right in God's eyes. They don't have right in white people's eyes. They're not doing these foreigners favors, even though they've been propagandized and brainwashed into believing they are. They're not. These people are coming here and being taken advantage of. We're being hurt, and those people are being like enslaved by greedy, mustache twisting Jays and Jay adjacent white people. And there's no cavalry coming. It is on us, bro. It is on us. White men of America. There is nobody else that can fix this. Literally. Women, they're not going to fix anything. Matter of fact, they're going to kick and scream the whole time. They're going to fight us tooth and fucking nail. Every inch of this, they're going to fight us tooth and nail. So, gonna have to get ready for that. It's gonna be a bitch. They're not gonna want to do it. It's that simple. It's a cruel world. It's cold out there. It's kill or be killed. It's dog eat dog. Either we fix it or we die. Either we're willing to do what it takes for our children or we're not. Those are our choices. And it's like, get busy living or get busy dying. We may as well just resign ourselves that, yeah, we're going to have to get our hands dirty. We're going to have to make tough decisions, but something, say la vie, life is a bitch. And families may get split up and stuff, but that happens. And also, I don't really have much sympathy for it because these people will split up their family to get a foot in the door here. Their mom will come, they'll leave their fucking kids in Africa and come over here so that she can get a foot in the door and get a place so that she can bring them. The father will do the same thing if not the mom. If they're willing to split their family up for a better life, well, then I'm willing to split them up for a better life, for a better life in America. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes, man. They're willing to do it for a better life. I'm willing to do it for a better life. What's the difference? You tell me. Is there any difference? Is it any worse? They'll split up their family to make a better life for their family. Well, I'll do the same damn thing. I'll split up your family to make a better life for my family. I didn't ask you to come here. It'd be one thing if I had said, yeah, come on by, we got a place for you. Yeah, I would not be able to look them in the eye and tell them go home. No, I wouldn't be able to. But I didn't do that. Not one bit. And really, like Khan, it was I don't disagree. I appreciate the guy and I understand what he was getting at, but if somebody's a Christian, no, that's not the criteria, actually. I don't give a shit what their religion is. If they're a Christian, they actually have a chance. If they're anything else, I really don't give it, no. But Christianity, no, that's not going to get your foot in the door. If you're from Africa and you're a Christian, no, you got to stay. No. You can build the, you can build your own promised land, homeboy. You got Africa. That's like the great, bro, if we only had Africa, we would be in the tall cotton, bro, straight up. But it's not religion either. Like I said, it is people that give a shit about America and are willing not just to walk here, but people that are willing, not people that are just like, hey, you want to come to America? Yeah, hell yeah, why not? I'll come to America. No, people that have to wait 5 years, 10 years. Matter of fact, they might have to wait their whole life and they might have to jump through a lot of hoops. Maybe not either, and honestly, I don't want people put it this way. If people come here, I don't think they should. If we have any immigrants come here, not young immigrants, it may be like a grandparent, that maybe after 50 they want to come here and live here, and then yeah, they can do that, and bring their kids with them or whatever. I don't want people to think that they're going to. You want your kids to be in America, you could, they can come, but what I'm saying is, these people, they think that if they get to America, their life, they're just going to have a great life from then on. They don't have to work. They don't have to do anything. No, I want them to not really benefit from it. Yeah, we'll let you in, but you're not going to benefit from it. You haven't paid your dues yet. So it's like, let them in late when they're old or
Like that's kind of just off the top of the head. Like, but it's like, I just don't, why should these people just get to come over here and like, there's so many other people that are probably, that are more deserving. There's a lot of deserving people out there. But they have to have something invested. And hey, what's up, Tush Dude? Well, before we get to numbers here, they need to have something invested and they need to be contributing something. We have to get something out of it, and if they fail or if they do something bad, they have to lose something. There needs to be a carrot and a stick. We got to get a carrot and they got to have a stick behind them. That's the way I look at it. We have to benefit from it. You have to be adding something to the pot. You have to bring something with you. And you have to have something to lose. You have to have something to lose. If you don't have anything to lose, then you can't, then no. If you're that ambitious, if you're that ready to work, then you should have no problem getting along just fine outside of America. You don't need America, If you're that determined for success, you don't need us. We don't owe these people a fucking thing. This is our land. This is our country. We'll decide who comes in, and we have the right to refuse entrance, but that's like the minimum. They have to lose something serious. And we have to gain something. Other than that, no, we don't need cultural enrichment. We don't need that. Okay, we'll have your recipes just fine. We don't need you here for your recipes. They're not enriching our culture. They're not. The ones that enrich our culture assimilate. They don't bring their culture here. They assimilate. They don't want to be their culture anymore. That's why we let them in. And if they do, they keep it to themselves. My fucking neighbor, my Indian neighbors from my old childhood, you would have never known, other than the fact that their old man would come out in just a white towel and sweep their driveway. Other than that, they were a hardworking, honest, honorable family. And I was gifted with their sons. Their sons were as smart as, they were on my level. They're both doctors. And both the parents were professors at UCF. So, but yeah, they have to have something to lose. Bringing these people that have nothing. They're in their home country. They have nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose in their own home country. They have no house, no car, no nothing. Those people are not positive additions to any society. Nothing. Like, and the more that I live, the more that I realize that that genetics matter. And these low IQ people, low IQ Africans, Indians, Pakistanis, the only way to fix that, more or less, is to interbreed with them. And that's them dragging us down. We don't need them. They're not giving us anything we don't have already, or that we don't have better than. We don't need them. They need us. That's the irony. They need us. I had a guy busting my chops on X the last week. It was about this exact topic, and he's half Indian, half Scottish, from what he said anyway. And he just kept pretending that we're the same, and I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hurt you or demean you, but we are not the same, bro. We are not the same. And if it wasn't for my people, my family, my ancestors, my genetics, you wouldn't be alive. You wouldn't be alive. Is the only reason that our cultures had any osmosis whatsoever.
It's not because Indians came over here and brought their people and brought them to us. It's because we went there and came to them. They had no ambition to leave their own country. They were absolutely content with just ruling over their own people. You know, they were content. Nothing wrong with that. They were content, but we weren't. And as a result, there are many half-breeds, many throughout the world. They only exist because my family was ingenious and clever enough and enterprising enough to make that happen. And I do mean my family, my fucking family, the people that had the children that ended up with me, you know, all the thousands and millions of ancestors. Yeah, exactly. Mine, all of mine, you know, because Britain, that was a fucking team effort. Britain and Europe and shit, that was a team effort. And it wasn't a whole lot of people either. Britain, that's a small fucking island with a very few people. So every person had an outsized impact on the world, including my family. My people, my blood, actually contributed to the English language. They spoke the words, they crafted and shaped the words, they shaped the language, they contributed. And because my family and your family and every other English speaking person's family, we have our language today. Because of our blood, there are people that are mixed. That's because of white people that these fucking half-breeds are even alive. They need to fucking recognize, okay? You are not alive because Indians made it happen. You're alive because British people made that shit happen. You are alive. You are here. You are not living, you know, in your home country because of European people. You know, I mean, I think that's, I think we deserve their respect. I think we deserve our own home country and the way we want it. I think so. And I think we deserve demographic security. I think we shouldn't have to worry about, oh my goodness, are we being outbred by the niggers and by the Pajeets? I think we shouldn't have to worry about that. We are responsible for the fucking computer all of us are watching. Us. Not fucking Africans, not Indians, not Chinamen. None of them. Not even Russians. So I think, yeah, we fucking earned it, man. And they're trying to rob us of it. All of us. Britain, America, Europe, they're trying to rob us of our shit. And, you know, the only reason why they have anything they have today is because of us. I mean, whose fucking language are they speaking on the internet all over the world, people speak our language. Not because their people are so, we'd be speaking fucking Farsi or fucking Hindi or Chinese, Mandarin. We'd all be speaking that if they invented anything worth a fuck. But they didn't. We did. We brought all this shit to them. I'm not saying that they should be our slaves and this and that, and we should just rule with an iron fist and just take what we want, and we're just the best on. No, but we do deserve to live in peace. We do deserve our own shit. We do deserve to have our country the way that we wish to have it. Just like the Indians deserve it. Do we not deserve what the Indians deserve? Those people who have contributed not. They did, tell me the fucking linchpin invention that they made that we wouldn't have what we have today if it weren't for that invention that they gave us. I'm not aware of it. I'm not aware of it. What invention is that? Fuck, the Africans never even had the wheel. Neither did the South Americans. So I think we have earned that deference, bro. I think we've earned it. I think we are absolutely within reasonable. This is reasonable. I'm not talking about hurting anybody. I'm not talking about taking food out of anybody's mouth either. I'm talking about a future secured for us and our children, unobstructed, unencumbered by imbecility and laziness and parasitism. People just it's free ride, free shit. We just got to go live with where the white people live. They'll pay for everything, bro. These Somalians, like, I get it, Khan. I get it, man, and I agree with you. I'm okay. Immigration is not a bad thing, and I get it. When people work hard, I definitely have kind of a maybe a fatherly way of, like, you can get at me, you can work on me and make me in within reason, and get me to bend a little bit. I'm not totally opposed to that stuff, but this is not that's not this. That's not this at all, my dude. You're talking about people that have nothing. Like, no. What you're telling, if you're not in agreement with me, what you're talking about is us hurting ourselves, is us bringing in or giving stuff away. We don't owe that to anybody. And if we threw everybody out and we didn't ever let one more person in this country, what did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? If we let nobody come here, what did we do wrong? What commandment did we break? What values did we break? Let's say zero immigration until the end of time. Have we done anything wrong? Have we injured anybody? I didn't think so. So anything after that is a gift. Anything after that is from the kindness of our hearts. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You have an argument, bro. You have not an argument. This is not wrong, and this is what we want. So shut the fuck up. That's the end of the argument, bro. We're not hurting anybody. We're not taking food out of anybody's mouth, and this is what we desire. This is the future we desire. This is the country we desire. And you know something? Ain't nothing in the Bible against it. There's no religion that says that we can't deport people, that it's wrong for you not to want to be a sovereign country, with an ethnically homogenous country. There's nothing wrong with that. They do that. They have an ethno-state in China. There's ethno-states in every other country but ours, practically. It used to be there was in Europe too. They had ethno-states. We didn't. Well, that's the only way. That's gonna have to be the way it is going forward. You know why? Because you know something? Everybody on the planet is happy with the way things are going, but white people. That's that's just not gonna fly, bro. Why are we getting singled out here? Why is it? Because we claimed unused land for ourselves? Is that why? Oh well, I mean, if we die and there's nobody else to inherit it, well then have at it. But hey, man, first come, first serve. First come, first serve. These are our countries. We're under no obligation. It's not wrong for us to want to remain ethnically homogenous. It wasn't wrong for Gandhi. Gandhi is considered this great hero of humanity. He did nothing less than throw a bunch of white people out of his country. So, we're not obligated to do this. And if we don't do any of it, we wouldn't go to hell and we wouldn't be at fault. We wouldn't have hurt anybody. And foreign people, they have no right to be here. They have no right to expect to be brought here. You know what they have a right to do? live their life in their home country, unmessed with, uncolonized. And they have that. And they're absolutely allowed that. And I wish them the best. I wish them all the luck in the world. Absolutely. You know what? Even if we had to, even if they were going to surpass us in the world, even if we had a lower standard, I would still prefer it. Honestly, I'm ready for those. I'm ready for that. I'm ready for when America is no longer a magnet for foreigners. When foreigners are trying to escape, I'm ready for that. I'm ready. I will give up. I know what he was. I know. He was a creepy son of a bitch. He slept with didn't he sleep with his granddaughter in the same bed? Shit was, very creepy. But I'm just saying, man, is the world is not, it's not a happy place. It's not everything isn't copacetic when we're trying to live together. This multicultural, it doesn't work, bro. I don't care what people say, what they want to, it doesn't work. You know it as well as I do. This doesn't work. It's not going to work. It doesn't matter how big of a gun you put up against people's head. It's not going to work, my dude. You can say silence and don't look back and hate as much as you want. You're never going to make us like getting raped to death and watch our daughters get raped to death, watch our sons get stabbed to death. You're never going to get us to like that. You're never going to get us to like being fucking dominated by a bunch of people that hate our fucking guts, because that's what's going on right now. That is what's going on. We're being dominated. These people, we're used to living in a society with good faith, honorable people, with people that just want to live their lives. Well, we got a bunch of, a big crop of these people in that want to dominate us. They want to rape our daughters to death. They want to stab our sons to death. They want to steal billions of dollars from our fucking government. We are not prepared for that. We didn't have the defenses for that. We don't do that to each other here. We're all on the same team here. Well, we got another team playing in here that's literally, they're taking our asses up through there. They're fucking wringing us out hard for everything we got. And there's nothing you can say that can make me forget that, or make me think that I have a surplus, enough of a surplus so that I can give some shit away to foreign people. We don't have that. And maybe when we do one day, maybe things will change, but we don't have that. We don't have that. And what you're talking about, what you're talking about with, can people from Chechnya come? Can these people come? Can them people come? None of these people they're not making our country better. They're not bringing anything that we didn't have. We did just fine before any of these people came. Before 1960, we had the greatest civilization ever made by man. Ever. We had invented the greatest shit. We went to the fucking moon, bro. And that's when we were 90% white and 10% black. Okay? So don't pretend like we're gaining something from this, or no. You know who's gaining something from this? The foreigners who we bring here. You know who's losing? Their country where they came from and our country where they came to. Those are the people, those are the parties that are losing. The country they came from is losing any of the capital they have, the capital for positive change, the people that want a better life. Those are the people that fix countries. How do these countries get fixed if these people just keep coming to America? Do you not fucking get that? Do you not get that? The people that are left behind, bro, they can't fucking bring a horse to water, man. And the longer that we do this stupid fucking idea, the longer that we keep doing this system of fucking bringing the smart people from these countries, the longer that millions of these brown people are going to languish in fucking squalor, bro. So I'm done talking about this. You're not going to make me think that this is good for me or good for those people. It's the only people it's good for are the fucking billionaires who bring them over here and fucking enslave them. So you need to. This is not a good thing, man. And I'm done fucking talking about it. And it's truly that simple. This is not good for anybody involved, really. I'm not so sure it's even good for the people that are brought here. You know what? So they can come here and suckle on the teat of the white man? What the fuck, man? Who did that ever help? Who did that ever help, bro? These people need to get up on their own fucking feet, man. And they don't need our help to do it. They are grown adults. They have their own civilizations that did just fine before we ever existed. So you're not going to make me feel sorry for them. Bro, they've had their civilizations longer than we have. China and fucking India, bro, they've been around for millennia, dude. We've been around for 250 years. It's like we just fucking got someplace and you're, we want in, what about us? What about us? Bro, what about you, motherfucker? Where's your fucking democracy? Where's your effort to get somewhere? Or are you just a procrastinating, lazy piece of shit who wants everything handed to you? That's how it looks. So, if you prove to us how badly you want it. These people, they want to be in a democracy. But sure as fuck don't look like it, bro. They ain't fucking they've never even talked about it. There's nothing in their history about democracy. These people, and everybody, they seem to think that, yeah, we are all blank slates, bro. That is fucking bullshit, man. That is such bullshit. Every family raises their kids different. And white families raise their kids a hell of a lot different than fucking Indian families. I can assure you of that, bro. African families, bro, they raise their kids nothing like European people or British people. Nothing like it. Our cultures don't mix, bro. It's oil and water. Humans don't pack that gear, man. Maybe one day, but we don't have it now, bro. We don't have it now. It's just fighting. It's just negativity, man. I think we're better off with our own people on our own. I think that's the better choice out of anything. You guys do y'all thing over there. We're going to do our thing over here. You all handle your own disagreements. We'll handle our own disagreements. This mixing shit, bro, I think that shit is for the birds, man. We don't need Indian people. We don't need Jewish people. We don't need Indian people. We don't need Asian people. We don't need Russian people. We don't need South American people. And you know something? I'm willing to forego any inventions, anything that they have to offer, bro. I think we can get along without it, actually. I think we're just fine on our own. We do fine. We do all right over here. And India, they do all right over there. And I love that for them. Over there. That's the way it's got to be, man. That is the way. You know something? Right now, it's not the time to press this argument, bro. We just got fucking flooded with this shit. Let us get this shit under control and get some distance and some time between us and adversity, us and this fear, this demographic fear that we have. Let us get some distance, man. Don't you care about, bro, why are you trying to rush us? Why is it this crazy thing that but who will you let in? How many will you let in? We must know who can come in. We must know that we can come in. Why? Why, bro? Do you want to kill us? Do you want us fucking dead? Do you not give a shit about what we want? Is it only about what you want? Because if that's the case, then fuck you, man. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Because straight up, bro, if all you give a shit about is black people, brown people, and people that ain't me and ain't my people, then why should I give a fuck of what you want? You don't even fucking factor in what I want, bro. Them days are over, man. We don't have a surplus like we used to. Them days are over, bro, and we're fixing to start playing hardball. You ain't seen nothing yet, my dude. You ain't seen nothing yet. We haven't even begun to talk about this. We haven't even begun to speak our piece. I haven't even begun. This is like an openers. The first 6 months that I've been streaming. we're just like spitballing in here trying to get our thoughts together and get a, under and figure out what is right, what is wrong, what is right for us, what is wrong for us. And then we'll go from there. But this is just not the time, dude, to be talking about immigration. It's the other way. It's the other way, my dude. It's got to go the other way. Once things balance out, then we will be in a place, to be generous. Hmm? We then we'll be in a place to be generous. And who knows? You guys might, India might be doing better than us. Why are we gonna swamp ourselves, give our country away to a foreign people when their country is on the incline? They're on the rise. India may be amazing in 50 years. So why are we gonna give our country away now? Does that make any sense? We need a country, don't we? India has a country, do they not? Yeah, they do. Okay, well, you know, like they're doing good. They're doing better. They're improving their quality of life. So what's the rush? What's the urgency? Where's the urgency here? What are we saving these immigrants from? What is it, like a fate worse than death, or are they like being fixing to be euthanized? Are they like, are tigers being cut loose on them? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is it so imperative that people get into America, foreign people? What is the deal? Like, honestly, Khan, what is it? Why is it like you can't take it hearing that we don't want anybody coming in? What is that? What is going on there? Like, honestly, we need to understand why that, like, what is it that, what is the issue here? Because I don't get it, Khan. Why aren't you okay with us not accepting immigrants? Why aren't you okay with us doing what Gandhi did? And did they ever allow white people to come back? Not that I understand. No, they didn't, did they? So why are we expected to do any different when your own people don't do that? I can't go to Bangladesh and become a citizen. I can't go to India and become a citizen. So why the fuck do your people get to come here and become a citizen? Why aren't your people better? What is that? I mean, and what is that, bro? We are sinking, my dude. Are you? We're doing good to you. Is that what you're saying? That we're doing better than India? Because we're dying, homie. We're dying. We're not doing good. We're doing awful. We're doing the worst that we've done in centuries. And you're insisting that we still take more people. Do you give a shit about the West? Do you even care? Like, honestly, bro, it's starting to come off as though you don't actually give a shit about the West. You don't actually give a shit about what we think. You don't actually, like, you just want to take with both hands, kind of a thing. Like, I'm not trying to fucking accuse you or slander you or anything. I'm just saying, like, it is coming off like you just don't really care what we have to say. No matter what I say, you're like, no, you got to take people. Even though it hurts the country those people are coming from, it hurts our country, and it causes civil unrest and will eventually lead to a civil war or the total destruction of the West. You're like, consequences be damned, I guess, then, huh? That blows my fucking mind. I don't get it. I don't understand it. If a ship is overloaded, you don't keep loading the ship, dude. You don't keep doing it. I mean, every extra person you bring over here is just one more person we might have to kill. Not going to lie to you, bro. It will get there if we got to take it there. You want to keep bringing these people over? Bro, you're just making the butcher's bill bigger, man. That's all you're doing, bro. We're not going to, we can't do it, bro. And you're not going to make us commit suicide on some ridiculous, empathetic, fucking virtue signaling high. We're not. No. Bro, hey, how about this? We've given back enough. Plenty. We've given back plenty. We don't owe anybody anything else. They got to go home. Simple as that. They got to go home. They can't come here anymore. That's it. Maybe one day they can come again, and the world changes. Things may change, who knows? But the Indians, their future is in their hands. It's up to them. They have to figure it out. Just like our future, the Indians aren't going to come here and save America. They're not going to fix America. America's not coming to India to fix India, and it's not bringing Indians to America to fix India. It's not happening. You can't fix India by bringing people to America, and you can't fix India by Americans. Like, it's just not happening, bro. It's like you're like saying to me like Apple plus 3 equals 24. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're saying basically. You're saying like this doesn't compute, bro. Can you not see with your own eyes that we're not going to suffer this much longer? Like we're not. You've seen what European people are willing to do to protect their future, to protect their children. We're willing to do the same. If we're pushed there, we'll go there. We don't want to go there. We want reasonability. We want somebody who's reasonable, who understands, okay, you guys are struggling at the moment. We'll hang back for a little bit, see what we can do, try to improve our own lot. But I'm not getting that from you. I'm getting like a deaf person who just isn't hearing anything that I'm saying, not really caring what I'm like. I don't get it. Like, India's tough. Okay, life is tough. What? It's like you make it seem like America owes the world escape from life. America owes the world a fucking a ladder out, a rope ladder out, or a fucking escape rope or something from Pokemon escape. No, that's what you make it seem like, is that, oh man, there's this terrible zone over here, this conflict zone. It's like a meat grinder. Man, you got to evacuate. You got to airlift these people out or they're going to die. That's not the case, first of all. Second of all, it's like, it doesn't get solved if we just keep letting the people who don't like it come here. Because when things change, when people say, I can't live like this anymore, and they do something about it. But when you allow those people, when they say, I can't live like this anymore, I'm just going to go over there and take the easy way out. No, nothing was ever achieved. Humans didn't get to the moon. Humans didn't do anything by taking the easy way out. So if you ever want to see India succeed, you would be against immigration to America. I mean, I know Indians are against it, like this fucking brain drain. They used to call it I remember when they pissed them off because all their genius, anybody that had a triple digit IQ got shipped off to America. And how much has that helped India? How much better off is India today than they were 200 years ago or 150 years ago? How much different is it? The only difference is they've got phones now. They still live the same, just like you said. Bro, so what we've been doing, it doesn't work. It's not working. It's making the world hell. It went from this practically a utopia in the 50s and 60s. You had the whole world where, I mean, I know there's a lot less people in poverty, but you had a lot of innovation and a lot of contentment, a lot of improvement. And since then, since 2000, we haven't raised anybody out of any poverty or any terrible situation. We have shrunk the gap, the inequality gap between countries, but not by raising India up, but by dragging America down. And you know something? If you think that's gonna get you somewhere and that's gonna make the world a better place, I guess then go to it, man. More power to it. But forgive me if I oppose you with every fiber of my being, because I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna oppose you with every fiber of my being when it comes to this, because You're not doing your own people justice, and you're not doing my people justice. Apparently, you don't understand right from wrong. You can't see what's right in front of your face, and I will fight you every second of every minute of every hour of every day of every fucking year. I will fight your ass over this. Me and you, we will duke this shit out until you either understand or we die. And I can tell you this much. Every other man in America has the exact same resolve. They're willing to see this through to the end. I'm willing to go to war with India over this shit. I'll fight any fucking buddy. Chain or bat, brick or fist. I will fucking meet you in the street. No, but I mean, I'll do it. I will do it. I got no problem. I'm willing to fight. I'm willing to die for my people. I'm willing to die for their future. I'm willing to die for my future kids. I'm willing to die to keep them safe. I am willing to die to preserve what we have here in the West, in America, because I think future generations, future white generations especially, deserve to have the same birthright that I have. And, we're just going to have to agree to disagree, man. And it's a damn shame. I thought, that reasonable people would be able to would see it from our point of view, but if that's not the case, then so fucking be it, bro. It is what it is, man. I mean, I hope the best for you, bro. We beat you before. We colonized you before. At least India. We subjugated them before. We'll beat them again if we have to. If we have to beat them in a debate, however we have to beat them, we'll do it again if we have to. And I guarantee you, every other fucking guy in this chat is with me 100% on that. Just don't really understand. I don't get it at all. Like, every white country is just being dragged down into hell. You're not actually, nobody's life is improving. It's like socialism, where instead of capitalism, where the few get to enjoy the spoils of the many, what you're talking about is everybody sharing in the misery instead of a few enjoying the spoils. I would rather have the few with the spoils, always have, always will, than everybody sharing in hell, which is that's what that entails. That's what it entails for us to just reflexively bring over immigrants, and really, I'm starting to think maybe this guy is just like a fucking a disguised billionaire, some disguised fucking business magnate that is just dying to crush some Indians under his fucking boot, under the treads of his fucking tractor tires. Because, bro, the future you are pushing for is no future at all. None. As soon as white people are gone, bro, this shit is over, bro. It's over when we're still here. It's practically over. It's like fucking busting at the seams at the moment. Not because white people are fucking stressing it. Not because we're stressing it. And the more you outbreed us, the more you fucking displace us, the quicker hell and the world that we crawled out of returns. I'm not so sure that we're not on our way there anyway. But not only that, but I don't think I think it still takes a lot of effort and a lot of maintenance to continue at this level of this standard that we're at now. Technology and everything that's going on at the moment. Like all that stuff requires maintenance, it requires know-how, effort. Well, even America doesn't look very. It looks like we're not going to be able to do that much longer. Not going to lie. Our women aren't having kids. Like all of a sudden, our shit is falling apart. We haven't built our shit. Everything was built before I was born, practically. Like, I don't know, like, we're not gods, man. We're not gods, bro. And I don't think you're gonna get the outcome you expect. Even if if we were content with allowing what's going on, I don't think the outcome you suspect to happen, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think you're just going to doom the world to another like 500-year dark age. That's probably more the ticket there. But we can't save Indians from themselves, bro. Wherever Indians go, there they'll be. Right? Wherever they go, there they'll be. Right there, stepping on their own dick. You know, I don't really understand what makes you think that if you just change their environment, if you just change the backdrop, that somehow they're going to be these wonderful, peaceful people that get along. Hindus fucking hate Muslims. It doesn't matter how far away you move them. They're still going to hate fucking Muslims, and Muslims are still going to hate Hindus. They're not Christians. We are not all interchangeable, my dude. You know, white people want we want people to be treated equal. Indian people don't want that. Indian people go by a caste system. Muslim people, they don't want equality. They want the opposite of equality. They want to subjugate tons of people. There's only one group of people that wants equality. It's white people. You know, so you go ahead and you run us you run us to extinction, and you see where that gets you, my dude. You see right where that gets you. Because it's not going to get you. It's not, you know, you play stupid prizes or play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. These people were fighting long before we came. They're going to be fighting long after we leave. There's nothing we can do. There isn't an amount of them that you can bring here. The problems they have to solve. And it's not as though we didn't go through those problems ourselves. England had many civil wars. America had a civil war. Europe had, bro, we just stopped fighting amongst each other. Like World War II was the last time Europeans fought Europeans. It took us over 1,000 years to put that away. Thousands of years for Europeans to set down their arms and come to terms with each other. The Indians and the Pakistanis got to fight it out. We can't fix that. We can't solve that. Muslims and Indians and Muslims and Hindus, they got to figure out how to live together. Even if they come to America, they got to figure out how to live with other people. We can't fix that. We can't help you with that. You got to do it yourselves, fellas. Y'all got to, if you guys want democracy, you can have it. You have your own country. You run your country. It's all your people. There's no racism. It's just you guys. You have all the tools in the world. What is stopping you? We're not doing anything to get in your way. We're not colonizing you. Go for it. Have at it. You know, I mean, it's not your argument. Well, your lack of an argument. It's it doesn't wash, bro. It's not doing it. You're like, I feel like that argument is from a past era, a bygone era of when white people gave a fuck. When white people gave a shit about what the hell was it, like, we felt guilty, and then we repaid our debt. You know, we have helped you guys as much as we can. We don't have it in us to help you anymore. And if you're not doing okay, well, that sucks. Oh well. There's nothing we can do about it. You got to fight it out. You got to figure it out. You got to sort it out. There's nothing we can do. I mean, I wish them all the luck, you know. I want nothing but good things for Indians and Africans and everybody. I want them nothing but good things. I hope that they're able to construct a better society than we have. I want that for them. I want that for them. I want them to be better than us. That would be incredible. Then we can come mooch and suck on their teeth. Bro, what a change. Wouldn't that be a fucking change? Bro, could you imagine if we could escape to India and fucking suckle on the Indian teeth?
We could enjoy the Indian food in India, my friend. We would be struggling with the Delhi belly. Not with going it fucking extinct and dying off as a fucking people. We wouldn't be dealing with that. I mean, I would love it if we could come to India and just sit on our laurels and drink coffee and laugh at the Indians walking by who pay our fucking welfare. Because that's what they do in fucking Britain. They laugh at the British for being such ducks, being suckers, and letting people come in and fuck them left and right and fuck them into misery, fuck them into their grave, use their tears for lubrication. I mean, bro, that's what they're doing. He's like, man, they're struggling over there in India, bro. You need to let them in. You need to bring them to your country so that you can They're struggling over there, man. Like, you got to bring them in so they can live like kings at your cafes and drink their fucking latte. Nah. Sorry, bro. Oh, you know what? Maybe we could do like a program where it's like, hey, if you want to come to America, okay, we can do that. You're going to Alaska, though, bitch. You're going to work in the oil fields. That's where you can come. You do 10 years in Alaska or 20 years, 10, 20 years in Alaska, we'll let you down in the mainland, motherfucker. But barring that, you take it on back to Delhi or Calcutta, or Mumbai or whatever the fuck it's called. Bombay. Yeah, Bombay. Yeah, it's Mumbai. Yeah. What is in Calcutta? It's not Calcutta anymore. It's, what is it? Fuck, I forget. Calcutta. Bombay. I want just to dine at just one American pink taco stand. I am a muff diver. Yo, man, you got to understand though, Syracuse, they're not us, bro. They don't have our sense of propriety. They don't have. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that are unique to us, man. There are a lot of like disgusts. Every culture has different tastes, and as they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and this and that. And some things that we do disgust other countries. That's just the name of that's the nature of the world, dude. And they don't have a problem with living amongst trash. They litter like the same thing Africa and India. They just throw their garbage on the ground. They don't give a damn. And that's fine. They can live that way. That's their country. Do your thing. You want to eat on the ground, literally have somebody ladle your fucking slop onto a fucking slab so that you can eat with your hands off of the ground. Do it. Go to it, man. Go fucking to it, bro. Do your thing. But do it over there, bro. Do it over there. Our cultures don't fucking mix, bro. You know what happens when you mix the cultures? One of them dies. And guess whose culture is dying? Not yours. Not yours. Mine. Your culture's doing fine. You're responsible for your culture. You're doing the right thing. You're looking out for your people. I'm doing the right thing for my people. I'm looking out for my fucking people. I don't hold it against you. I would hope you don't hold it against me, bro. And I kind of, I looks like, to me, like, you don't hold it against me. I'm just not hurt. I'm not trying to hurt anybody or dispossess anybody. But like I said, you're looking out for your people, and I commend you, bro. And you know why? Because I'm only doing the same. This is my country, not India's country. So what I say is what goes. I get to decide that. I am the prize. I have the prize. Not India, not Indians, and not you. And the day that we decide to check out, or the day that we just say, fuck this and stop working, that's the day that all this shit comes crumbling down. So, we are necessary. You need us. India needs us.
You know, and also the Indians that I know, they're so fucking grateful that they're here. They don't give a damn about immigration. They all they care about that they're here and they appreciate that they're here and they're grateful and they work their asses off to repay that debt. I don't get that. I mean, I don't know. You're coming off a little ungrateful here. The way you're just kind of telling me I don't have a choice, making it seem as though what I think doesn't matter. If what I think that doesn't matter, then nobody's opinion matters. You know, then I guess what you're trying to say is that I'm free to come to India and take their land. I'm free to dispossess Indians. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, you know? We don't owe them anything. You know, they played that card before. You know, we got all this shit in the 60s and the 70s and so we have, you know, where colonization, bro. They played that card. We don't owe that shit anymore. We don't have to do anything. We don't owe anybody anything. In fact, you know, like maybe other people owe us something. And understand this. I don't have a problem with Indian people. I don't hate Indian people. You know, I'm not doing this out of bigotry. No, this is called self-preservation, bro. That's what this is. We are very uncomfortable. We have a lot of anxiety when it comes to this. And we are going to protect our interests. We're going to protect our interests. Hell or high water. We're going to protect our interests. You know, and any Indians that, or anybody that wants to benefit from the West and white people in the future, we're protecting their interests too. And why is it that India doesn't have to let in Pakistanis, doesn't have to let anybody into their country, but we have to let people in? Why is it that they're allowed to have an ethno state, but we're not? Pakistan's allowed to have a fucking theocracy, and we're not. Everybody else is allowed to have an ethno state, but America. Why is that? Why isn't it freedom of travel? You know, this freedom of travel bullshit, bro. It's not to help Indians. Don't you get that? It's not to help India. It's not to help Indians. It's to hurt them. It's to take advantage of them. It's to hurt Americans. It's to hurt Europeans. To lower it, to damage Europeans' wage value, the value of their labor, and to quasi subjugate Indian people, bro. This is not good for any average people. You think that the people that come here are somehow avoiding getting fucked by billionaires? No, they're not. They're coming getting the same thing, except they're also sapping the virility and the fucking lifeblood of their own nation by coming here. You're you're fucking whittling away the only decent civilization on the planet and your own people. How can you be so short-sighted and so stubborn, pig-headed? It's so ungrateful. Like, bro, this isn't your shit. Your people don't, Indian people don't have a fucking they don't have a right to America or to be here or to ask or to expect anything from it. They don't have a right to that, man. They don't have a right to this stuff. We don't have an obligation. So it just seems kind of out of line the way you're like kind of push 10 million, 20 million, bro. No million. What the fuck? Talking about? Like, where did you get this idea, bro? We've let in millions over the past bunch of decades, man. But like, we can save a few, but you're not asking to save a few. You're asking for us to swamp ourselves with incompetence and commit suicide. Fuck no. No. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fucking just drill on you like that, but it's like, shit, man, you're like presenting this argument. Also, I'm just really kind of curious on how you don't see that this is not working, that nobody thinks this is working.
Unless working to you is us dying and you taking our shit. You like, okay, I get that. And honestly, now I understand. Okay, I get it. That's the end goal because you're not helping us and you're not helping India. Unless you mean unless you're colonizing us, then you're helping India. And apparently obviously that's the case. Because I'm not stupid, bro. There's people they follow incentives, man. And what you're talking about, the only incentive there could be is to dominate us and to either subjugate us or just make us disappear. Like, yeah, like that. I believe those are your motives now because of your intransigence I mean, it just seems unreasonable. I don't get it. I mean, it's not reasonable. It's not even like he wants to compromise. It's just like 10, 20 million. Gotta happen. And the way it's just kind of, it just seems like seems like I'm talking to somebody who just is not movable. They're not going to compromise. They're not even willing to compromise. So I'm not willing to compromise. You don't want to compromise, then I'm not going to compromise. Like, then if it means war, it means war. If that's what you're saying, bro, if you're saying that we can't compromise, that we can't come to an understanding, like, hey, we need some time to assimilate the people that we have. We need some time to get our ducks in a row. You're not even talking like that. So it's like, well, then no. Yeah, no, it's a hard no. It's a hard no. You already have tons of our jobs are over there fucking offshore. It's just like, bro, come on now, man. Don't be greedy, dude. We could be greedy if we wanted to. We don't have to. We can subjugate people. We can enslave people. You think we're beyond that? Guess again. That is not beyond. That's not out of the realm of possibility. That's a fact, bro. It's just not. It's not out of the realm of possibility. White people, they sure do. They think very highly of themselves, but when you get right down to it, they're just as human as the rest of them. They're just as willing to carry out atrocities as the rest. They're just as willing to extract. I mean, we'd rather not do it, but oh man, if want to be unreasonable, people want to push us like this, well, you're not going to like the outcome, man. You're not going to like force. You're not going to like force because that's what I'm getting. Like, this is like feels like force. We're being fucked by our government. And you insist on being the dildo. I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me. Don't think that the fucking chickens won't come home to roost, man. I would think you'd be more, far-sighted than that. And when it doesn't make sense, that means, like I've said many times before, I'm pretty sure he left, but I mean, when it doesn't make sense, that means you're missing data or you're not factoring in something in. And obviously, it's the fact that they intend on, if we drop the ball, they end up having their hand directly below it for the ball to fall directly into their hand. That's the deal here, is that they're hoping that we kick the bucket and that they can inherit what, they want to get that before the Africans get it or the Middle Easterners or the South Americans get it. You bet your ass the Indians want this whole fucking double continent. You know that they want it and they're willing to do what they got to do to get it. Okay. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that that's what we're dealing with now. Now that we drill right down to it, now I understand what the hell's going on here. And now I can devise a strategy, I can devise a game plan, and I can rebuff you. I can repel you, and I will repel you. I'm speaking for my people there. We will repel you. You will not like it. We will repel you. And then those of you that were here before you tried this shit, you will go home too. Your children will go home, half-breed or not, they will go home, and they will get to struggle with their Indian brethren. If the white half betrays us, we will send their asses home to the other half. We will do that. Don't think we're not beyond that, bro.
You think you're gonna slight us and we're not gonna take it out of your ass? Oh yes. Oh yes. You're not in your foot may be in the door. You may have a white wife or whatever the case may be. But that doesn't mean that you can just start fucking shivving us in the back. No. No. Like I shudder to think what if we actually had our backs against the walls, the kind of reaction that we would. Bro, all the guns we have and shit, like, dude, you do not want us to come house to house. You don't want that, bro, and we will do it. You seen them do it in Ireland, bro. They were quick to do it, and they don't have guns. They were quick to do that shit. Don't think we're not gonna be at, we're gonna not gonna be on that shit on that tip. Will we are not past that, bro. What are we like 50 years from fucking? Wasn't all that long ago where we were subjugating people and lynching, bro, wipe it wasn't all that long. We are not like evolved out of that or some shit, man. We just, we're civilized. We don't want to do that shit. But if we're treated uncivilized, then we'll have to fucking respond uncivilized. We'll have to our reaction will have to be that way. And we're gonna get what we want. We're gonna get our way. This is our shit. There's no reason why we shouldn't get our way, and we will have righteousness and justice on our side when we pursue it. And I don't want it to I don't like talking about this. I don't want to talk about this because it's not really we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We got like honestly now that I think of it, like, we got so bigger fish to fry, more important fish to fry. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. If we get there, when we get there, whatever the case may be. Man, guess that would be it would be a little out of the place, out of place. I had a TikTok short that was pretty juicy, but I'll save it for tomorrow. It's about women or about dating. Give me a second. Look over some of my notes and shit. Make sure there wasn't anything else I wanted to hit because that happens a lot where I fucking end the stream. I'm like, God damn it, I forgot to bring that up. Like finally, we're starting to see. White people have been asleep for a long time. We're starting to see some fucking movement here. We're starting to see some movement. We're starting to see, you know, the snoring is starting to interrupt and shit. Like they'll be up and mobilized here shortly, I'm sure. And the people that try to that want to oppose it, they'll oppose us as long as they can, and eventually they will be brought to heel, so one way or another. But the days of the fools and the useful idiots, those days are over. As long as we continue, congregating, uh, discussing it, debating it, getting down to brass tacks, get there. I wanted to say too, here shortly, yeah, I'm gonna start doing members only streams. I might do like an hour of regular, and then I'm gonna switch it to the members. I got to do it. Got to do it. At some point, like I got to do it. I don't really have a choice. I would, if 6 months, it's been a hot minute. I got to do some. I got to. This is a business. You know what I mean? Like, and I have to make that happen.
And I've pretty much given all that I can give. I'm not trying to. I might do honestly. I might do it where on the weekdays you got to catch the stream live, and then it goes members only, or might do just Nick's show, stream that uh f- for free. Everything. I mean, I got to do it. I'm not trying to twist anybody's arm, but it's like at some point, that has to happen, whether I like it or not. I mean, I don't have other other sources of income. I'm not old money or nothing like that. So it's, it is what it is. I try. I do what I can. You know. Yeah, I for sure. I'm really am looking forward to this Povey thing. Like, just it's kind of nice because it's like it's sort of like a pivotal moment, or it's just a nice punctuation for me to do something, me to switch things up, change, or add. You know what I mean? Just to shake it up, or to implement what I want to do, or whatever. But it's just kind of a nice punctuation, and I'm looking forward to it because it's real, it's serious, it's an opportunity. And I would like to have better production. I would like to be in a suit every night. I would like to have a fresh haircut, a clean suit, a decent studio, or even just a room that's that's just nice, decent place to stream from. I would like to do that, and maybe even just upgrade because I could do a better job, and if also I would do a hell of a lot better of a show, if I actually had an income, and had money to invest in stuff, and I don't at the moment. Like, I got to get that. I can only go on shoestrings and bubble gum for damn long. But really though, what the hell? It's like $2 or $3 a month. If that's out of your budget, well then I mean shit. Sorry. I guess I'm not in your price range. I don't know. But it's only because I have to. But I am looking forward to the change and to I actually have a reason to take it more seriously. I take it pretty serious as it is, but I'm not able to invest in anything. And even if I did have the money, I would not invest. I wouldn't really invest all that much. I wouldn't have yet because I'm not, I've invested a ton of time, energy, effort. I mean, I've invested a hell of a lot of my own life. At least 6 months of every single day. I've made what 15 or no, a little less than $2,000 since 1.5 since I brought that up last. But yeah, I've made under $2,000 since January. That's not a lot. I could make that in like week 2 weeks. If I went, you know, did something active, good job. But and I was willing to do it too. I don't have no problem doing it. It's not that I have a problem doing it. It's just like at some point, I either have to give it up or make it work, one or the other. And I'm determined to make it work. But and like honestly, I was not taking that guy all that seriously. That dude, Eli. I don't know. It didn't occur to me at all that it was anything to get excited about. It just seemed like kind of a fly by night thing, or kind of a new thing, small time. But now that I look into it and stuff, I'm thinking, holy shit, this is a really big opportunity. Like I think they invited me to the Discord. There's like only 40 other people that they selected for this. And if they have any sort of a splash and they go live with it, as long as like if I just do, mediocre, if I just show up at all, I pretty sure I should it should be good. Like I should be good to go. It should be like a living, pretty much, or I should be somewhat successful. Like seriously. So it's like all I have to do is show up and put on a decent show every night. And from going from there, I just have to be consistent. It's weird when I started this in January. I knew consistency is the key here. People have to know that you're going to be on when they have to. You have to have a schedule, and then you have to stick by it. That's the only way you can be successful, especially with streaming. And it's true. If you have something to offer, it is true. But honestly, I wasn't all that confident in myself. Like I'm kind of still in awe about it. Like when you spend your life, half of your at the end of this, I've already had half my life. I spent half my life like hoping, praying, and really still here, still where I'm at. So it's like to kind of be on the cusp, it's a little bit like surreal, like, oh shit, this is like holy shit, I this is wild, but I am psyched about it though. It's gonna be awesome, I like and really I'm just psyched that you know that I get to do this, that I get to talk and opine and chop it up with people and persuade people and like I don't even think about the money. I don't think about any of that shit. I think about the show. I think about streaming. I think about you guys. Like that is actually what I think of when I think of like success is like, and like, yeah, I'll really be able to focus on this shit. I won't have to worry about money, won't have to worry about this, that, the other. I could just focus on putting on a good show and making a difference and providing value to my people, straight up and pushing for change, pushing, advocating for my people, securing resources, securing opportunities for my people. Like that's so great. Like if I actually, if this just paid for me to live, that would be success to me. Or I would consider that success. Straight up. Because honestly, I could do this till the day I died. I would have. So it's almost like shit. I'm starting to feel so blessed, like fuck, all paid off finally. Or starting to pay off. It truly is. Man, I did a hell of a lot of writing the other day. Yesterday. I think I probably wrote probably a good 10 pages once in one sitting. Hmm. Yeah, I've been getting really psyched actually lately, and also excited, and also excited about doing the streams, but also motivating. I'm motivated. Like I'm excited to do the next stream. Like, and it just seems like the content or the topics, the discussion, the arguments, everything, all that stuff is just like pouring out of me. I'm just so this is what I was made for, man. This is what I was meant to do, man. Like I could do this shit in my sleep. So pardon my excitement at it.
and also because you guys are so, uh, you guys are so optimistic for me. You guys wish me the best. You guys show up. You guys watch my show, like what I have to say. Uh, when I'm down or if something's bothering me or whatever, like you guys will honestly, you guys are like a shoulder to cry on if that's what I needed, which I'm not so sure I've done it, but you like you're there and you guys try to console me if something bothers me. I mean, like it's really special. Like, it's a lot more than I ever really expected. And it's like I'm so grateful for it too. Never just never saw it coming. Did not. And then like it's like having a community. And not only that, but like I am the genesis. I'm like the whole reason that it all exists. It's so humbling. It feels so good. It's so gratifying, that I made this happen, that I brought you guys together. Like fuck that feels so good, man, to know that you guys aren't here for somebody else and then you just so happen to, or well, Nick sort of, but like, we're not in somebody else's stream and you guys like me because I'm in the chat with you. No, you guys are here because you like hearing what I have to say. And you wanna you wanna have a dialogue with me and everybody else. Like that is just fuck, that's so beautiful. And then also it also makes me feel realize that yeah, like what I have to say it does have value. No matter what anybody else says, I know deep down, or I always know that something. No, even if somebody thinks I'm an idiot or an asshole or this and that, it's like, well, uh, not everybody agree. Very few people agree with you. I have many people that think the exact opposite of you, or maybe they do think I'm an asshole, but towards somebody else, or what, or maybe they do, but regardless, they think what I have to say is valued, or it is valued, and that's incredibly humbling, but at the same time, uh, inspiring, but also like I'm kind of like impervious to people are not going to affect my self-esteem or what I think about myself or what I do or how I feel. They can't touch me anymore. It's like I have armor on. They're not going to fuck with me. It's like, there are people that I am wanted in some places no matter what anybody else says in my life, like, and that's nice, because we don't, like, I didn't ever have that really, and I'm sure many of you guys understand what exactly what like, to just feel like what you say doesn't matter. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say, or nobody cares about you. Like that sucks, man. And I kind of forgot what that felt like. What it felt like for, if I ever knew what it felt like, for people to care about you besides your parents. Pretty it's pretty legit. And it's just still it's crazy. Like something that I enjoy doing this much is not only I can earn a living doing it, but it's also it's it, it's a status. My status will go up in society. It's like I'm hitting two birds with one stone. I'm doing something I really enjoy and also getting to the place of success that I've always wanted to get to. It's crazy. Like I always thought that I would have to do something that I didn't want to do for success or for wealth. I never thought I would get out of that. Like, my dad, he works for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like I always thought that I would have to do something that I did not want to, nobody wants to work. I thought you know, I I do like work, but I wouldn't want to cut grass or you know what I mean? Like I would want to do something that that I want to do, that I enjoy doing, and I just didn't think I it would ever happen. I didn't think I had any skills like that. I never thought that doing something I love so much, because I would do this for free. That's the thing, you know, like I'll do it to I'll yell, I'll talk to my TV if I have to. So I don't know. I hope I'm not going on too much about it. It's just it's been a lot to take in, you know. It just seemed like everything happened super slowly, and now it's like kind of all at once. But I am looking forward to this Povey thing for sure. And the guy said, he said, you know, really the only thing the only obligation that I have is to engage with the chat on there. That's what he was saying, was as long, you know, he's like, that's the only thing that they ask is that because rightfully so, I don't really engage much with Twitch because I don't see it a lot of times. You know, I don't get big uh, I don't get a shit ton of concurrent viewers like I do on YouTube, because YouTube is where that's where I'm paying attention. And anyway, I could see everybody's hitting the hay and whatnot, and I'm pretty tired too. I've been on here fucking 6 hours, but I was pleased, and I did have something to talk about. Anyway, guys, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it here, and I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and appreciate you guys watching, appreciate you guys patronizing me, and you know, just being here. I will see you guys tomorrow night, or maybe even might do tomorrow afternoon. We'll see. Anyway, over and out, fellas. God bless. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Hope your Father's Day went swell. Y'all tomorrow.